Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Xoxo, this is Xoxo Tarot, and if you found this reading, it's either because you have good taste and you're subscribed, or it is because there is a message here that is meant to find you. Now, if you are completely new to pick a card readings or tarot readings in general, I am quickly going to explain how they work and just give information for all those who are new to this. So I'm Madison, or Xoxo, whatever you want to call me, and I am a medium who uses cards to channel information that said information is meant to help you, hopefully bring you clarity, hopefully help you get in touch with your own intuition, and really overall the goal is to help here. So I don't know what messages will be coming through today. That's the fun of this topic. I kind of leave it open for whatever wants to come through, but the important thing is that I only channel from sources that are unconditionally loving, whether that is source energy, universal energy, spirit guides, angels, ascended masters, God, whatever it is that you believe in, whatever resonates with your heart, that is essentially where it's coming from. So the way it happens on here is I have 4 different stacks. So these are all oracle decks, and these are oracle deck. This is the oracle deck I'm going to be using in your reading. I'm going to use lots of other different cards, but essentially the stone in the oracle deck that you pick will be the marker for you to find your reading. Now, there are 4 readings in this video. You can resonate with none of them, you can resonate with all of them, or you can resonate with one or multiple. There are no rules here, and the hardest thing to understand about readings like this is getting your mind around the idea that it really is as simple as, if the information resonates, it's meant for you. If it doesn't, it's not. And you might even find that there are readings that resonate at certain parts and don't resonate at others. That is absolutely okay. Information is useless to you unless it provides you any value. So my biggest recommendation is to do your best to let go of your linear mind and try and trust your gut. Now, how do you pick a pile? I usually like to go with just what is my gut feeling. The fact of the matter is, though, you could skip around to all of them until you find the message that is meant for you. How you are going to know this message is meant for you is I'm going to be doing an energy check where I'm going to pull a card. I'll explain that in a bit. Who this reading is going to be meant for. And so if you fall into whoever that is, then that is going to be a reading that resonates for you. And if you find that there are multiple piles or multiple readings that you are resonating with, that's absolutely okay. But if you pick your pile and it doesn't resonate, or you skip around and they're not resonating, then there's likely not a message for you in this video, which I apologize, but I do highly recommend to check out another video of mine. Maybe there is a message there, or just do something else that brings you joy and happiness with your life. But with that being said, if you have any other questions, I hope that kind of makes sense. But the overall goal here is to just help you. So it's okay to be skeptical. Skepticism is healthy, but feel free to kind of open your mind a little bit and see if maybe there are more ways of the universe helping you than you thought. I used to think this stuff was BS myself, and here I am today. So hopefully there is a message here today that can be helpful or useful to you. So with that being said, let's go ahead and talk about what is going to be in the reading. So we're going to start by taking the oracle deck that you chose, and I'm going to shuffle your card on camera, and we're going to hold on to that card until the end of the reading. So then after we shuffle that card, because I want you guys to see it obviously, then we're going to get into the tarot, and we're going to start by looking at who this reading is for. This is the energy check portion. So if what I am saying resonates for you, then that reading is meant for you. If you watch all 4 of these and you fit all 4 descriptions, then all 4 readings can be for you. This is a lot about taking what resonates and not letting the rest take from you, and also trusting your own intuition over a pair of talking hands on the internet. It's important to remember that I am interpreting a lot of different energies, and the semantics of your situation may be different from someone else's, even though the energy of the situation is the same. So take what resonates for you, and also pay attention to any intuitive insights you get while I'm doing the reading, because those are messages meant for you. that, you know, just because there's a lot of us here, I'm not able to get to everything, and there are unique things that you'll pick up on, so pay attention to those. But after we look at who this reading is for, then we're gonna see what the people in this reading need to know. What do you need to know right now? And so I'm essentially going to be looking from that, going to be asking from that unconditionally loving energetic source, whatever you see it as, what they want you to know. So after that, we'll then look at why you need to know this information. And then we'll look at how you can take advantage of this information moving forward. How can you use it to benefit yourself? You know, obviously, if this message was meant to find you, there should be some practical, useful tools and applications as to how this message can apply to you. Then after that, we're gonna get channeled messages from your guardian angels. So if you don't believe in angels, that's absolutely okay. I do, and I do believe in guardian angels. But you can just think of this as the universe. You can think of this as just good energy, whatever it is that you believe in. And then I've already pre-shuffled this part, but I'm going to get different signs and synchronicities that will have guidance on them, so that you can either remember this reading, like in terms of signs and synchronicities, like if you see these signs and synchronicities out in the wild, after this reading, it may be reminding you of things within this reading, or they may be confirming signs and synchronicities you've already seen and that this reading is meant for you. Just take what resonates there and we'll see what it says. And then we're gonna finish off with the guidance card reveal that we shuffled in the beginning and see how well it ties into the reading itself. I'm really excited to do that. I don't do that very often, but I think it's kind of one of those cool things where, you know, every reading is so unique and you really can't make this stuff up. I do it on the fly, and I think it's cool to, like, I don't know, just like see the magic happen like together. That sounded kind of dirty. I didn't mean it in that way. But with that being said, we'll look at what the guidance card says in the book. Each of these have guidebooks. And then if I can facilitate any of like the healing, if there are healing practices or anything like that, I will. If not, I will show you what the book says so that you can take it for yourself and, you know, do what you wish with it. But with that being said, that is what we're going to be doing in today's reading. And we have 4 different oracle decks and aura-coded points to choose from. So starting with pile 1, the first pile, I am going to be using the Secret Language of Light deck. And I have this rose quartz point on top. And then for the second pile, we are going to be using the Empath's Oracle, and I have this aura-coded teal quartz point on top. They're all aura-coded. I feel like I should say that, so I'm not saying that 50 times, but I probably will, because I have poor short-term memory and just forget that I even said that. But anyway, for pile 3, we are going to be using the Lightworker's Oracle, and I have this clear quartz point on top, aura-coded. And finally, for pile 4, we are going to be using the Love Your Inner Goddess Oracle deck, and I have this ruby aura coated quartz point on top. So with that being said, you don't need to resonate with the terminology of like the title of any of these decks. Don't dismiss a pile just because like you may not identify what the title of the deck says it's for. There's a lot of useful information and guidance in these decks, and I'm really excited to see what comes out. So with that being said, go ahead and feel free to pick your pile or piles. All of the timestamps for each pile will be in the comment section down below. But we are going to be doing something we haven't done in a hot minute, and that is make a wish and do a little mini reading with one of my candles. So if you are unaware, I do have my own candle line with Angelic Magic 888. Be sure to use code ASO10 for any candles, not just mine, on her website for 10% off of your purchase. I used her candles all the time before I even started a line with her, so it was very natural to start that with her. And one of the cool things about the tarot line specifically is that each candle comes with a mini tarot card inside. So we're gonna look at what your mini tarot card is, and for all of those of you that are staying here to make this wish with me, this mini reading is going to apply to you. So let's go ahead and see, first of all, how beautiful the candle is, and second, what your mini message is. Ooh, okay, so we have the Six of Swords for you guys, and then here's the inside of the candle if you were interested. We've got some amethyst as well as some moonstone, and I think a little bit of labradorite, but I'm gonna go ahead and we'll do your mini message in a second, but I wanna start by sealing in your wish. So if you would like to take a second to figure out what your wish is, feel free to do so, or if your wish takes a minute, go ahead and pause and just focus on the wick, focus on the candle, and just focus on the wish you want to make happen. And I'm going to do the same. And now I'm just going to light it. May all of our wishes come true. So, okay, let's talk about your mini message now. Okay, sorry you're not going to be able to see the flame, but I'm doing the best I can. Six of Swords. Let's show that bad boy up close. So this definitely to me is a sign that for everyone who chose this mini message, you are moving into more peaceful waters. If you have been dealing with a lot of conflict, a lot of turmoil, and it doesn't have to be conflict with other people, it could just be inner conflict, inner turmoil, it seems like you're moving forward from a difficult time and that things are going to be getting easier, things are going to be getting more peaceful. If you have been thinking about traveling or moving, this is positive confirmation that things will be going smoothly, that will be happening, or it could be a sign that travel is in your future or moving is in your future, or if you were looking for confirmation, if you've been thinking about that, there it is. But I think one of the biggest things is that this is a lot about moving forward and moving to calmer waters. This is all about, letting go of the past, letting go of what has been especially like tormenting you mentally behind. I feel like you could be reaching resolution with certain people, or if there are unresolved things you haven't healed from in the past, I feel like you're finally entering a stage where you're able to leave those things in the past and not allow them to affect you anymore. Overall, this is a very positive card, and I feel like this video and this little mini reading is a sign that you're moving forward, and whatever you've been trying to move forward from, this is a positive sign that is going to happen. So let me know, for all of you who checked out the mini message, I'll leave it there, how that resonated for you. But finally, with that being said, I am going to go ahead now and get into your readings. So feel free to pause the video to pick one pile or multiple piles. Hey, let me know if you actually watched all of this intro by using the unicorn emoji. I'm like so shocked that so many of you watch these all the way through, but I'm also so honored and like, oh my gosh, I just love you guys so much. And I'm so excited to do this reading today. So go ahead, pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. Like I always say, it's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one, and this video is timeless. So whenever you find it is when it's meant for you. But that's all I have to say about that. So go ahead and pick your pile or piles, and I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile one. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Rose Quartz Point and the Secret Language of Light deck, then this is going to be the message that was hopefully meant to find you. So I'm going to go ahead and start by shuffling your guidance card from this deck, the deck that you chose. And we're not going to look at it till the end for funsies. And then after we get this card, we will get into your tarot. So while I'm shuffling, just feel free to kind of set the intention that whatever message is meant to reach you does so. Call on the beings that love you unconditionally, or just the unconditionally loving energy of the universe to find you, find this message, and just intend that they give you whatever message you're meant to hear at this time. Okay. And to summarize that unconditionally loving source, I'm just going to call it Spirit. So, Spirit, what final guidance do you have for pile 1? What do they most need to know? What do they need to know most at this time? Pile 1. Okay. This is going to be your card. We're going to leave her there. And put Miss Point over there while we're at it. But now we're just going to go ahead and get into your tarot. And I am going to start by making sure this reading is for you. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. And also, if you're new to these sorts of readings, there is an hopefully helpful explanation of that in the intro as well. But while I'm shuffling these cards, you can also do the same thing that I suggested you do when I was shuffling the other deck. But I'm essentially just going to start by asking who this message is for. And if my interpretations fall into something that applies to you, if it resonates with you, then this reading is for you. If it doesn't, if the card that I pull and interpret doesn't resonate and you don't see how it applies to yourself, I would try a different pile. This is likely not your reading. But I do quickly want to say, while we're here, big shout out to everyone who takes the time to leave me a little like, a subscribble, or a little comment. That stuff helps me more than you would realize, and also lets me know what you guys are enjoying and what you want to see more of. So thank you to everyone who does that. But that being said, let's get into it now. So, Spirit, who is this message for? What energy represents pile 1? Who are my pile 1s out there? Okay. We have the 8 of Pentacles. Oh my gosh. Okay. This makes so much sense. So when I was setting up for your reading, the wise and powerful prophet Hannah Montana was playing through my head, and the song Who Says was playing through my head. And I have been slacking in terms of indulging in my good taste, so I haven't listened to that song in quite a long time. But like the lyrics of like, who said I can't be Superman, I say that I know I can, or something else. Like, who said I can't be president? I'd say that's probably not a group, like, I wouldn't want to do that. But point of the song being, it's a song about ambition, right? And I definitely think, like, and I'm hearing in my head, we're the hustlers. So I feel like this message is meant for you if you are in the process right now of working on something that is important to you, something that you've been working really hard on. I feel like for some of you, this could be school. So you could be studying really hard in school. You could be in a job. You could be starting your own business. You could have an established business that you're working on. You could be really focused on your career right now. This is definitely going to be a career, or at the very least, like, work-centered message, I'm guessing, with the fact that we have the 8 of Pentacles here. It seems like you're booked and busy, or you are working on trying to get there. It seems like the center of your focus right now is just a lot on your material abundance, a lot on finding fulfillment in your career, or if you do find your career fulfilling but just like challenging, finding ways to embrace those challenges, face those challenges. I feel like you're kind of killing it though. I do have to ask if you're a little too hard on yourself, because I do kind of get that vibe a little bit. But with this 8 of Pentacles, I noticed that the woman in it is green, and green makes me think of the heart chakra. And I feel like you either love what you do, or you want to love what you do, or you want to do something that you love doing. You want you want to make a living out of something that you enjoy and or love doing, which don't we all, right? So it seems like if you have that goal or you have that desire, even if like that's something that you aren't even focused on at all, it seems like that is like that dream of doing something that you love for a living, it seems like that is coming towards you today, even if you don't know what it is, as something that is meant for you. And the only person who says that you can't do it is yourself, because maybe you don't believe that you can do those things. Maybe you do want to be president, you know, man, more power to you. Like, please try. No one's looking out for us anyway. You can't be worse. But anyway, I definitely think that this is for all the people that I've just listed. And if you are unsure of what you want to do or unsure of where you want to go, but you know that there's something bigger out there for you, you know there's something better out there for you, or you know in your heart like you could be doing something different, or you'd be thriving doing something different, like you're absolutely right. And so this card here is here to let you know that. This is like when I think of like the Eight of Pentacles, the first word that comes to mind is work. And so if you're not currently very busy, it seems like you will be getting more busy. But yeah, everything I just listed, if that resonates for you, then this message is for you. So about this energy, about this Eight of Pentacles, Spirit, what does pile 1 need to know about their career life, about doing something that they love for a living? Okay, we gotta get a clarifier. We gotta get a clarifier for this. Okay, can you clarify the Sun, Spirit? We have the Ace of Swords. Can you clarify the Ace of Swords? We have the Two of Pentacles. Okay. Ooh, okay. So first of all, this is such a positive sign that, yeah, whatever it is that you've been working on, you can expect success, or whatever it is that you intuitively feel is meant for you, or where you're meant to go. The Sun is such a positive, beautiful confirmation that you're absolutely right about that. The Sun is confirmation that you will be successful. And I feel like if you're trying to go at it alone, one big message that I'm getting here is it seems like you may end up entering like a partnership with someone, which I guess it could be romantic. Maybe if what you've been working on is your love life, that could be a sign. But I feel like this is more so about like, I did hear platonic soulmate. So you could end up in business or working with someone that is like just a soulmate of yours, or someone that you just work really well with. I definitely think that you will achieve success with someone that just feels like soul fam to you. And I also feel like with this Ace of Swords and this Two of Pentacles, what you need to know is that clarity is coming. And one thing that I'm hearing is that in whatever it is that you're working on, there are already a lot of opportunities for clarity, but you may be ignoring them because you don't really want to look at them, or you're kind of like attached to how you're attached to your current routine, or attached to how you've been doing things, even though you consciously know that what you're doing may not be serving you, or you know that like maybe the way your routine is now, or maybe the way that you're working right now just is unnecessary, like you're working harder instead of smarter. I feel like there are opportunities in your present for you to recognize where you can improve your situation for yourself, where you can make it easier. If you're trying to choose between two different situations or two different paths, it seems like you'll get clarity that allows you to either juggle both of these, or figure out like if you have to pick a certain path. It seems like you will be getting the clarity that you need to pick the quote-unquote right path. I don't think there's any such thing as like a right path or a wrong path, but I think in your case, it's about picking the path that is going to bring you the most joy. And I feel like joy is definitely a key word for you, in the sense that if you're trying to manifest more people in your life, like maybe you're not even that concerned about career, but maybe you've been pouring a lot of your time and energy into your career because it's like a form of escapism, or maybe you feel this sense of loneliness, and so like by focusing on work, you know, you don't have to focus on that loneliness. I feel like what you're working on now, and whatever risks you may be taking or changes you may be making, those could actually be leading you to connections and people that you've been wanting in your life, especially like friendships. That's a really big thing here. Friendships, like mentorships, and also opportunities to work with people who work well with you. I feel like there's something here about initiating communication, though. There may be people that you need to share ideas with or pitch things to, and maybe you haven't because you're afraid of like rejection, but the right people are going to say yes to you. I feel like whatever your overall goal is, there are people that are going to resonate with that goal and want to see it succeed as well. I feel like this card also just makes me think of like when a runner reaches like the finish line, is like the first one to reach the finish line of like a race, and they get to break the tape. It's almost like someone is here to help you finish the race, and there could be some kind of merger, maybe if you own a small business and another person owns like a complementary small business, you guys are like bringing those together, or who knows, maybe there's some big wig hotshot business corporate people that know things about that stuff and do things like mergers and acquisitions. Not to get all American Psycho on ya, where maybe you will meet someone where you can merge whatever you do in the business stuff. Other interpretations I'm seeing here is like whatever you need to know is that things are going to be getting lighter, things are going to be getting easier, things are going to be getting clearer. And I think that one thing you may need to know is that this sun energy, it will come after you get over some sort of like hump. And I don't mean that in like a weird way, and that's what she said way. I mean that in like, you know how like Wednesday is called hump day because it's like getting over the hump. It seems like the clarity that you're getting is going to make you aware of what changes you need to make, what endings need to occur, what things you may need to let go of, what conversations you might have to have, what shifts you need to make, what changes you need to make, what direction you need to head in. And whatever those changes are, whatever that requires of you, that might be hard. And you also may be looking at yourself. I can also see the sun as like a dual energy of like your perception of your inner self and your perception of your outer self, and how those two are those in alignment is how you value, like are your values and ideals aligning with like what with your actions, like are your actions aligning with the goals that you've set for yourself? Have you even set goals for yourself? I feel like you're getting clarity on all of those things. And I feel like one thing that you're being told to pay attention to is the things that you do because you think you should. I think there are like shoulds on your to-do list that are taking you away from yourself and unnecessary. So if you have any of those in your life, you may want to just look into like finding ways to cut down on those things, because I feel like one thing Spirit is saying is you really want more time and energy to dedicate to whatever your real goals are. And the one thing I do want to say is that we have the Two of Pentacles here, and if you add 2 to 8 you get 10, because I do know basic math. And the 10 of Pentacles represents long-term financial stability, it represents family, it represents a legacy, it represents like generational wealth. I really do think that the more you focus on your true goals, you focus on like if anything of what I just described is a goal for you or something you're trying to manifest, I feel like one thing Spirit is saying is that you are attracting that, but you need to pay attention to your actions, especially the ones that you're not conscious of, because your actions are speaking for you. And in the case of reaching your goals, you know, when you're dedicating all this time to those shoulds and to those things you feel obligated to do, even though you don't necessarily have to, the things that you may do in order to like do as a people pleaser, or do because you feel bad saying no, or whatever it may be, like those things are kind of speaking to the universe in a way that says, yes, I want to follow these goals. Yes, I want this stuff to happen, but these things are more important, but I can't dedicate all of my time to my important goals, or more of my time to my important goals, because I still care about pleasing other people, or I still care about fulfilling these obligations I said yes to, even though I wanted to say no to them, or whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you're so close to reaching like the next level, or the finish line of like a really hard cycle when it comes to like this topic of building your career, or when it comes to school, or when it comes to you know, building your own business, just like discovering more about yourself. Like you're really close to the next level, whatever that is for you, or the finish line of a very important cycle that you've been working on for a while now. And I feel like, one, if there is some sort of like for example, if you're a student and you're reaching the end of like your finals, one thing I am hearing is that like after that burden is kind of released and you're past that and things are a lot lighter, you will be getting a lot of clarity and will have more energy to work on more things. I do feel like if you are in this like work mode right now, and you already are focusing a lot of your energy and intentions on your career or on what you're trying to achieve, I feel like Spirit is saying that like the finish line is closer than you think, and that not only are you gonna be getting communication and like answers and responses very quickly, but it seems like in general, no matter what your situation is, you're going to be having more energy to dedicate to more things in your life. But I feel like that's partially because you're not being pulled in as many directions, either because the time limit of being pulled in those directions is up, or you are, you know, or you have like the ability to cut off certain or let go of certain like obligations or expectations or whatever they may be, and you're using that extra time now to focus on something you're truly passionate about. No matter what, I do see that like if you have an idea, there's also something here of if you have two different ideas you're really passionate about, Spirit might be trying to tell you that you can do both simultaneously, and that you will find a way to make them both work together. Like even if even if you have two things that you're working on and they seem different, there's some core similarity between the two of them that can allow you to combine them or merge them. So that's what I'm getting in terms of what you need to know. Summarize, Spirit? I guess just one, when it comes to whatever it is that you're working on, especially if you work for yourself, like prioritize like the joyful parts of it. Prioritize being grounded through this process, because like even though it's hard, it's like such a cool and beautiful thing to work for yourself, or to work on something that you're passionate about, or work towards something that like makes you happy. But also, I feel like one thing you need to know is that if you can't find a solution through A or B, like there's always a C, there's always a third solution. And I feel like a lot of the solutions that will be useful to you will be ones that unify things in your life, and like combining things, if that makes sense. So now I want to see why you need to know this. So Spirit, why did this message come through? Why does pile 1 need to know this? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. Because the King of Pentacles, he has a vision. Your pronouns do not need to be he, but you are the King of Pentacles in this situation. This is where you're going. This is where you're headed. Your cornucopia, bitch, it's overflowing. Your vision 2020, third eye vision 2020. Whatever visions you have right now, you are going to make them happen. The only person who can't, who says Hannah Montana? That song, babe, it's you. It's you. I wish I could play it without getting copyright stricken. Maybe I'll link the video, but like, it sounds silly, but for real, you can do so much. And this King of Pentacles card is here to let you know that what you're trying to achieve, like, it's not only possible, it will happen as long as you take action towards it. Like, the only person that can stop you is you. Like, I'm hearing Gucci Mane in my head right now, like, I'm my best friend and I'm my worst enemy. That song, also really good. Lots of variety in my discography. I don't have a discography. Lots of variety in my playlist, let's just say. But with this King of Pentacles being here, I really do feel like what you need to know is that whatever you are working on, like, you will see the results from it, unless this is something that's making you miserable and you're trying to make a change, if you're trying to make a jump. This King of Pentacles is meant to represent who you're becoming and who you will become because of all the hard work you're putting in and because of the changes and modifications you're making. I also think with this King of Pentacles here, this could represent someone that you are either looking to mentor you, to be an investor, or be someone that like provides you with guidance. I feel like if you have been wanting to ask someone either for an investment or for help or for the opportunity to pitch something, I feel like this is your sign to do that, to reach out, to go for it. Because even if it doesn't work out, at least you're getting the experience. Maybe you'll be led, maybe they'll recommend you to a person who can invest or a person who does have what you're looking for. I feel like this is really encouraging you to put yourself out there and try. Like, there's multiple people in this card. And I feel like with this King of Pentacles here, this is your confirmation that like you are growing into the provider, the protector, the abundant yas boss that you're meant to be. I know that's kind of cringe, but like, it's silly. Like, you are becoming someone who your parents or someone that you're if there is someone that you work really hard for, or multiple people, maybe it's just your family in general, that you work really hard for, or that is a source of motivation for you to like keep going when times are tough, like that energy is coming through. So like, maybe for some of you, this person has passed on, and so it hits a little bit harder. They're watching over you, they see you, and they are helping you either on the other side, if they are on the other side, or they are seeing the moves you're making and they're so proud of you. Like, I just feel that, so I got kind of distracted, but like, there's just so much love for you. And like, I feel like one thing you need to remember is like, when you're being really hard on yourself, like, you don't really see your own growth the way other people do. And you know how if you watch like the time lapse of like a flower growing from a seed to full bloom, it looks like magic, which kind of, it is magic, right? Like, it's so magical to see like a plant grow. But because we often see it very slowly, we don't really notice it, and it just seems kind of normal and natural. But if you look at the seed and the fully bloomed flower, those are two very, very, very different, you know, states of being for that flower. And I feel like what you may not see is how far you've actually come. And I think one thing you need to know is that you are entering a phase of blooming. And the one important thing to remember is that cycles of blooming are just a phase in a cycle, right? So this time of things moving forward, moving really well, like feeling light, feeling clarity, I feel like it's very important for you to embrace that, be present with that, be grateful for it, and like cherish it for what it is, because like there are just cycles in life. And one thing about life is it do not stop lifing, and the little wins, the little joys, and the big wins and the big joys, we have to embrace them. We have to be present for them and not let our heads or our worries or our fears get in the way of enjoying them, because the moon comes too. And now that's not to say that like this period of like joy, this period of happiness, like that's not like, that's coming no matter what. I feel called to just say with this King of Pentacles here, King of Pentacles is pragmatic, and the King of Pentacles is someone who is like, they are set for whatever's going on, whether the sun is up or the moon is up, whether they're in good times, bad times, hard times, whatever it may be. The King of Pentacles is prepared. And I feel like preparedness is a big theme for you. And one thing that Spirit really wants you to know is that the success that you will be having, it's very important to not look at that success as, or no, what's the right way to word this? Whatever success that you have, I feel like it's just very important to be smart with how you go about using, saving, investing the resources that you gain from what you're doing. I feel like what the universe is really saying is like, you could be experiencing a windfall of abundance soon, and the way that you use it could really set you up for success in the future, and could also be something that is like a very important cushion later in life when things are less sunny. So I feel like you're just being encouraged to, like, obviously that doesn't mean that you need to be like Captain Frugal and like only shop at the dollar store, which like if you want to do that, like, but I think that there's just a message here about not expecting like this windfall of abundance to be that way like forever. Like there's fluctuations in everything, right? And I feel like what the core message of what I'm trying to say that's coming out very poorly is you will be receiving like a windfall of abundance soon, a windfall of like joyful experiences, of clarity, of answers, of the ability to take action, of like resonance with things outside of you and things within you. And it's going to be really awesome, right? Do not take it for granted. And do not assume that it will always be that way. Because like everything, it will become your new normal. And life will fluctuate, things will shift, things will change, and you will have highs and lows. Doesn't mean you'll never experience a windfall of abundance again. It just means it's a natural part of like the slowing down is what gets you to the next one, right? Like there's highs and lows to everything. And I think this King of Pentacles being here is really coming through to say that you are meant to be, if you're not already, in a position where whatever like phase of that cycle you're in, whether you're in like a slow month or you're having a really good month, or you had a really good year, or money was kind of tight another year, those things will be less substantial based on how smart you are with the resources that you're given. So I feel like there's just a message here about making sure you're being wise with what you're earning, which I don't think you're not. Maybe for some of you, this specific figure was always very like cautious with money, or maybe there's just a lot of people around you like spending their money very like recklessly, or like maybe you just feel pressure to live a certain way that maybe is just like a little bit out of your means, or like kind of pushes it. And I feel like Spirit is saying like you don't need to try to fit into something. Like you don't need to be you don't need to fit into some standard when you're comfortable living at a certain standard. And I don't know, this is kind of like a weird message, but I think it's just a lot about like just be smart with your money, be smart with your resources, you know, and if you do that, you will be the rainy days, the hard times, the recessions, the crappy stuff that comes your way, you will be much less affected by it, and you will not have to be as stressed about it because you didn't expect it to be sunny all the time. You know what I mean? You bought an umbrella and you were prepared for the rain. That is the point of what I'm trying to say. But also with the King of Pentacles, I feel like I'm thinking about something that one of my my teachers taught me about, like, in ancient Nordic cultures, or Nordic peoples from a long, long time ago, rich people were generous and were expected to be generous. There was the belief that you weren't rich if you couldn't share your resources with others. And if you had the means to do so, to help people who couldn't help themselves, like, you did. Like, things were much more communal, and communities were obviously a lot smaller. But I feel like what Spirit is really saying is that with this as well is you not only have the opportunity to experience success for yourself, but you shouldn't feel guilty for that success, because I can already tell, like, you're the type of person who wants to be generous, who wants to be helpful. And that is why this message is coming through about being smart with your money, because I feel like you are being encouraged to be generous and to give from your heart, but to also not feel like you're obligated to always give. Feel like you always have to be the one footing the bill for everything. Like, there's a delicate balance. And I feel like one thing you're just being encouraged to trust in is the fact that the goodness and the purity of your heart and your intentions behind what you're doing and behind what you're working for is a natural form of attracting abundance. And also, you know, when you are in alignment with what you feel you're meant to be doing, with serving others, with however you do, like, that's always gonna be protection against that. But I feel like with this King of Pentacles, there are a lot of messages there, so take what resonates there. But essentially, there's just a lot here about you recognizing that if you are not in this position of financial stability and financial success that you're trying to manifest, not only can and will you get there, but there's a lot of ancestral energy around you, if I'm being honest. That's just about you protecting and conserving your resources and being smart, but also not feeling like you have to be, you know, anal about it or feel like you have to hoard things. It's just find that balance between letting it flow and having enough for a rainy day. That's all of what I was trying to say. But now I want to see how you can take advantage of this info moving forward. So when it comes to this message, Spirit, how can pile 1 take advantage of everything we talked about? What do they need to know moving forward? How can they best move forward with this energy? We have the High Priestess, which I love. This is all about you trusting your intuition, trusting what feels right. And with the High Priestess as well, this is for you. We'll see what that is in a second. With this High Priestess here, this is a lot about you getting in touch with yourself more. I feel like if you have been working really hard, but a lot of the work that you've been doing, like, if you haven't been focusing on your inner world, on your inner self, I feel like it's doing that is going to help you move into this cycle more quickly. But I also think there's just a lot here about trusting your gut. You know, the High Priestess, she's intuitive. She's on my candle and she smells so good. And for you, I feel like you're really just being encouraged to trust with what you feel intuitively, and to also not be afraid to take risks when you don't know what you're reaching for, when you don't know where exactly you might be going. And that's also why this King of Pentacles is important, because you're going to be more inclined to take risks or do things that you wouldn't normally do if you know you have some sort of safety net to fall back on. And it's a lot easier to go within yourself when you are not plagued by stress and worry and fear about security needs or survival needs or anything like that. So I feel like what Spirit is really saying is as things get easier, use that as the opportunity to start going within. I feel like you are going to be pulled inwards, and you may feel like you might get more introverted or more isolated. If you've been feeling that urge, embrace it. I'm hearing quality over quantity. So I feel like paying attention to the quality of your interactions and how many of them you're having and with whom, or who, I don't know, English teachers, help me. Because there's a lot there for yourself, like, to reflect on. You know, is who you're connecting with, like, reaching you closer to your goals, bringing you closer to yourself, or taking you further away from yourself? Like, are you saying yes to, for example, social obligations that you'd really rather just be staying home for, and like spending that time with yourself? Like, where do you fall on that? Like, what are you doing? I feel like this is giving you the permission that you need to, like, go within and spend more time on your own, or spend more time doing some inner work. If you feel like you've been more tired than usual, or you're just feeling more introverted, or more like more hermity than normal, I feel like that's because you're being called to go full hermit and actually start, you know, spending time with yourself and sitting with yourself. So, you know, if you're spending time alone, but you're spending all that time like on your phone, or watching TV, or like playing video games or whatever, or just doing stuff that to occupy you, that's not the same as sitting with yourself. So I feel like what Spirit is really asking you to do is to get clear on what within you is working, what brings you joy, what feels good, what doesn't. Really just like take stock of who you are right now, where you see yourself going, what your dreams are, what your visions are, what your goals are, how far you've come. Reflect on where you were, because that'll be a huge way for you to see, like, wow, I have come so far. Also, just feeling into all areas of your life and seeing if those areas need tweaking, seeing if they're balanced, are they working? There's just so much information around you all the time that you will notice if you are aware of it. And I feel like there's just this really big emphasis here on you paying attention to how you feel when you're interacting with people and things, especially in a business sense. Like, you know, it can be hard to like tell people's intentions in a business sense. So really trust your gut when it comes to that. I mean, of course, obviously think in ways that are like, think in ways that protect you in your business, obviously, but like, or whatever you're focused on, but also I think trust your intuition as well. But I feel like more than anything with this High Priestess, there are things that are a secret to you. And I think the only reason they're really a secret is because you just haven't discovered these things about yourself yet, or you haven't brought things that have been in your subconscious to your conscious mind and like processed it. So like, for example, if you know that you want to start a business, but you've been working the same job for like 10 years and you keep telling yourself like, yeah, I will quit my job, I will do this. You may finally sit down and be like, okay, so what action am I going to take? How am I going to do this? What do I actually want to do? I know I don't want to do this, so what do I want to do? Like, it's a lot about just bringing the unconscious, the subconscious to the conscious mind, becoming more aware of it, and also just trusting where your intuition leads you, because there will be a lot of value and a lot of insight there. I also think that you're being called as well to maybe spend some time with your emotions, because maybe you it's possible in your pursuit of your goals, you've been neglecting your emotional self, your inner child, like your inner ooey gooey feely parts. Oh, that sounds horrible. I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. I understand if you unsubscribe for me just saying that. But like recognizing those parts and like sending them love, understanding them, and understanding how you can support them while you are focused on these like amazing, powerful goals. I feel like they're just parts of you that have been a little neglected, that actually am like looking at them, doing the necessary healing, or doing whatever it is you need to do to kind of acknowledge them, or find the root causes of like certain behaviors, for example, that are not helping you. Like, I feel like you'll be looking at those, and I feel like you're being encouraged to look at those, because there's a lot here about just being more effective. And sometimes being more effective is not about being productive. It's about learning to slow down, learning to rest, learning to be more balanced, learning to recognize the parts of ourselves, learning to become more aware of the parts of ourselves that maybe hold us back or self-sabotage, yada, yada, yada. That's what I'm getting with the High Priestess. Let's see what this card says. Okay, I love when I'm like rain about things. Nurture your inner child and begin to express the awesome beauty you hold within you. We live in a world where a formula exists for everything, yet love and creativity have no formula. They do not need to be studied, simply nurtured. Regularly set aside some time and just play. And I think that this is actually a very important component of whatever it is you're working towards. Your inner child, especially if like your inner child would be perfect for what you're doing now or what it is like you've been working towards. And like by embracing your inner child and learning to follow its guidance, like, and you don't need to, by learning that and like kind of letting your inner child be creative, be playful, you will get so many cool insights and ideas and inspiration and all of that, because you're not just trying to focus on solutions all the time or just focused on productivity. It's very important that you like, and I love that this inner child card is the same color as this candle holder, because it's like your inner child holds like the fire, the passion, the like Agni. Like Agni is Sanskrit for fire. Yellow is like the color of the solar plexus chakra, and the solar plexus is all about like our self-esteem, our power of will, our personal power. And I really do feel like your inner child needs to be supported and nourished so that it can support your passions and the courage that it takes to continue following those passions and to do what feels right to you. But these are guardian angel messages, so let's see if there's anything else your guardian angels want you to know. Okay, we got 2 more. We have about the author. Okay. Well, I guess if you're writing a book, that could be, well, let's just read it. Tony Carmine Salerno is an intuitive artist, author based in Melbourne, Australia. His paintings, often described as energy on canvas, are infused with hypnotic spiritual energy that evokes a timeless sense of love. Tony's philosophical and inspirational writings lovingly transport us to that eternal space of light which exists within each of our hearts. So maybe there's something in there that's meant for you, but it also made me think, the end part of this made me think of the Pixar movie Soul. That might be a good movie for you to watch. And finally, we have about the guardian angels. We each have at least one guardian angel who lovingly oversees all the events in our lives. Guardian angels are messengers of light whose divine mission is to protect and guide humanity along its sacred journey. Their love for each of us is unconditional, so no matter what you do or don't do, you are always worthy of their love. That's beautiful. So I guess Spirit had some words, but let's get you an actual message. Peace. Calm your thoughts and move your awareness to a peaceful space in your heart. Feel the ebb and flow of love, the eternal movement of the stars. Your life is forever unfolding to greater spheres of love. Relax and do not worry about anything, for all is well. You will soon enter a time of well-earned peace and tranquility, which is beautiful. We love to see it. Put that there. Okay, so now I want to look at some signs, synchronicities / guidance. So we're gonna get a crystal, a chakra and a scent, an angel number, and an animal for you. So your crystal is muscovite. What it is, heady muscovite, also known as common mica, acts as a navigation tool for explorers of the supernatural and synchronistic. Who needs it? The pragmatic, like the King of Pentacles that you're becoming? Empirical and reasonable. Anyone who has ever asked themselves, how did I not see that coming? Where to put against it, against your forehead while peering into the future. When to use it. When I want to believe is your MO. When you feel like you've been missing the signs. When you have a problem logic won't solve. When you've blown the lid off with too much meditation, microdosing, or moldavite and need to get a grip. Develop your foresight. So yeah, I feel like that is such a, like, the fact that trust your foresight came through. I feel like one big message here is to trust your visions and trust the intuitive hits that you get to be like conservative or pragmatic with whatever decisions you're making. Like, trust your intuition and what I mean by conservative is like, trust your intuition when you have the opportunity to take risks or make decisions. Like, does the risk like excite you? Feel like something that like is worth taking? Feel like something that's like worth seeing? Or does the idea of that risk make you like want to run for the hills and you're just like, absolutely not? Like, that's what I mean by when you get that feeling, that's when you maybe want to make a more conservative, helpful choice. But we also have the root chakra and the scent or plant myrrh. The theme is support. The trigger statement is, I am not supported. The true statement is, I move forward with divine grace. Take comfort and know that you are supported. Nurture your inner child and connect with the earth. Yeah, inner child's big here. And I feel like this is a big, like, this is coming through because you might be feeling like the universe isn't supporting you and isn't supporting your goals and your dreams. But I feel like the universe is. Maybe you just haven't been seeing that because you haven't been very supportive of yourself. And maybe you've been kind of waiting for the universe to make those changes for you, when in reality the universe is showing you the changes you need to make based on the feelings and experiences you have with whatever your current reality is. And those feelings, those experiences, those insights, all that phenomena, like, that's showing you what is working for you and what isn't. That's showing you what changes you need to make. But your angel number is 999. Thank the past for your lessons and leave it where it belongs so you can make the best of the life that is still waiting to be filled only by you. I am unique. Yeah, and if one thing that's been slowing you down is this fear that, like, you're not good enough, or this fear that it's too late, like, it's never too late. Like, your path is unique and meant for you, and it's time for you to walk down it. Like, this is powerful energy. And finally, your animal is the firefly or lightning bug, and it says attract through glow. And we literally have the sun here. And so I really feel like that is a sign for you to focus on what makes you glow, focus on what makes you happy, focus on your joy, because that is what is going to bring you, like, the people, the opportunities, the experiences, and people that resonate with you. Like, you attract them by being yourself. Like, you're not going to find your people when you're being someone you're not and living a life that isn't authentic to you. I mean, maybe you will, but it's going to be a lot harder. And it's quite likely that even when you meet them, they're probably doing the same thing. But I feel like this is really spirit saying, you know, the things that make you glow, the things that make you feel happy, like the things that just make you light up, like, those are good things. And the more you experience that sensation, the more you'll attract more things that make you feel that way, and people that resonate with that and also experience that. So, wow, okay, let's go ahead and finish your reading off by looking at your guidance card. Thank you for getting all the way here with me. So your guidance, okay, soulmating. I feel so validated right now, because I don't normally give messages like soulmating or like soulmates, like, even in a platonic way, very often. So I feel very good about that coming out. But okay, let's go ahead and see what it says. This is the Secret Language of Light deck if you want to get it for yourself. There it is. A new encounter or a deepening of an already existing union will profoundly change the way you perceive unconditional love. And mind you, this union doesn't have to be a romantic one. It can be. And like I said, for some of you, you may be in a situation where, like, this is a romantic, like, love is something that you're working on, or it's quite possible love will be romantic love if shifts in that area of your life, if that is a part of your life, will be in tandem with these, like, career changes as well. Chemistry between, I guess they were speaking for me. Chemistry between two people does not mean they are life partners. You've entered each other's life to awaken, expand, and open your hearts so wide that they may never close again. It may last for a moment, a season, or a lifetime. Time is not necessary to shift the cogs of your heart and feel the absolute ecstasy of you. A moment can open you to euphoria. The purpose of a soul relationship is to mirror your love and light and melt away any hard edges or walls you have built. Whatever is mirrored will intensify. Love and peace will feel bigger, but so will fear or pain. This reveals any wounds that hold us away from love so we can heal them and embrace more of the love we already recognize. Which I just love, because I feel like Spirit is really saying here, like, everything in your life is working together right now to bring you a multitude of different manifestations: soul family, soul mates, career that you're passionate about, life that feels good, legacy, stability, breaking generational curses, like all this stuff, all of that stuff is coming for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you the meditations if you want to do them yourself. Oh, okay, not that bad, only 51 minutes. I was like worried it was getting like an hour 20. So if you want to screenshot this, I am holding it as still as I possibly can. Feel free. There is a meditation. And then this is inspired reflections and actions, which I really definitely think you guys should do all of this, considering you had the High Priestess as your how. So I feel like if you're like, well, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to do that. Well, here you go. Here's how. Do these things. And if you have any insights on how to tailor them to be better for you, do those things and go from there. But pile 1, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and my channel. But if you would like to support my channel or show appreciation any other ways, definitely let me know how this resonated. I would love to hear. Are you new here? Is this your first dip into the tarot world? Let me know how it resonates. Like this video if you enjoyed it. Subscribe if you haven't already. And if you want to, you can become part of the notification squad by clicking that little notification bell. I most often see comments when I first upload, so if you want me to see your comment, I will most likely see it if you comment early. But I also see comments like, I mean, still try your hand, but like, I'm just letting you know. What else? You can check out my merch. You can check out my candles. Be sure to use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my social media, which is just Instagram. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 2. Welcome to your reading and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Aqua Aura Quartz and the Empath's Oracle, then this is going to be your reading on whatever message is meant to find you. So you don't have to be an empath or identify as one for this message to resonate for you. I think this deck is actually just really awesome in terms of guidance for getting in touch with your emotional body, which everybody needs. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and start by shuffling you one card from this deck, and this is going to be the final guidance card of your reading. So we'll see how it ties in to the whole reading at the end, part of the fun of it. But while I'm shuffling, just feel free to set the intention that the beings that love you unconditionally, the universe, whatever you believe in, communicate to you through this deck and all of the decks that I'm using. And just set the intention that whatever you need to know, whatever is most useful for you to know at this time, that comes through. Give it one more good shuffle. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile 2 that would be most beneficial for them at this time? What guidance do you have? Ooh, okay, this is our lucky winner. So we will look at her at the end. Oh no, now that's all messed up. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and get into the tarot, and we're gonna start by doing the energy check and looking at if this is even your reading. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading or if you have questions, I answer all of that in the intro. So check out the timestamps if you are confused there. But essentially, we're just gonna start by looking at who this message is for. And if you fall in line with, or you fit the criteria of anything that I list in terms of who this message is for, and it resonates, then this message is for you. If it doesn't, I would try a different pile. Don't try to force something that doesn't work. It's okay if it takes you a couple times. There's no right or wrong here, just about finding what resonates. So With that being said as well, I do just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who takes the time to leave me a little like, a little comment, a little subscribe. It helps me more than you realize, and it also lets me know like what you guys are enjoying, and it's always so special to hear like how things resonate and how, you know, like how the synchronicities like happen for y'all. And I just love like how kind and supportive you guys are to me, to each other in the comments, and just thank you for making it such a wonderful space. Like if you're the type of person who's afraid to comment, like I will say, like, I think that I have one of the kindest comment sections on the internet, so thank you for being a part of that. Now obviously there's some stinkers that get in every now and then, but most people smell lovely. Anyway, yeah, so thank you to everyone who does that. Spirit, who is this reading for? Who was this message meant to find? Ooh, we have the Emperor. Okay. Well, first of all, if you're an Aries, like me, you don't have to be an Aries sun. You can be an Aries moon, Aries rising. Aries could be a prominent energy. We have all the energies in our charts, but who this is for anyone who is working on their divine masculine energy. We all have feminine and masculine energy within us, by the way. This is someone who is doing well. I must say, someone who is in charge of a lot of things. And even if it's just you in charge of your things, who this is for is essentially anyone who is looking to gain a semblance of control in their life, someone who is trying to empower themselves. That's actually really cool that we've had empath and emperor. So EMP seems to be like, those could be significant letters, or just like you could be trying to become an empowered empath, which is very important to people who do go by the term empath. I fit the criteria of that, but I just the term has been co-opted, and it just kind of makes me cringe, if I'm being honest, because really all it is just being more sensitive to like sensory information. Being an empath is not a virtuous thing, and you can be an empath and be an asshole the same way you can not be an empath and be a nice person. Like, anyway, rant over. This reading is for anyone who may be feeling like they need to get their shiz together before the universe makes that happen. This could be for someone going through their Saturn return, which you can look up the ages, but I know it happens in like late 20s and also in your 50s. So you could be around those ages. You could have Capricorn energy because Saturn does rule Capricorn. Life could be lifing pretty hard right now, or you could be dealing with an authority figure. Maybe you're not an emperor, but you are dealing with an emperor, like a masculine family or career figure, a romantic interest, a romantic partner. You could identify as a divine counterpart, so this could be related to that counterpart or related to you if you identify with emperor energies. There's so actually honestly like so many scenarios in terms of like who this could be, which I love. Like, tarot is so versatile. Other things that I'm seeing, if you were born in the month of April, the number 4, if the number 4 is very significant to you, which 4 represents things like stability and solid foundation. So if that's something you're focused on or something you've been working on, if you are a boss or a leader of some kind, definitely for you. If you have issues concerning a boss or a leader or someone who you work with that is either above you in terms of their own personal beliefs or in terms of hierarchies or in terms of like ages, social structures, whatever it may be, this is for you. If you're trying to take the lead in your own life, if you're trying to be a more empowered person, if you're trying to be a more powerful person, or if you are focused on themes in your life right now surrounding power, surrounding discipline, surrounding becoming your most like yassified, rise and grind, king, this is for you. And by king, I mean king or queen or gender neutral monarch, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Any of those, I'm trying to think if there's any else or feel into. If you're just trying to create a life for yourself, one that you feel empowered in, you feel like you have control over, you feel like you have stability over, you feel like is what you've been working towards or what you see yourself going towards, like this message is for you. Or if you are, especially for my people out here, maybe you came to this video maybe you don't normally watch tarot readings, maybe you're not a tarot reading type person, maybe you don't believe in this. That's absolutely fine. You don't have to believe in it. If it helps you, great. Believing in it is not necessary. If you are someone who tries so hard, if you are someone who tries very hard to control their emotions, to suppress their emotions, and believes that your power comes from not expressing your emotions or suppressing them, then this is definitely for you. I know Hank Hill is definitely subscribed, so like this would be for Hank Hill. This would be for anyone who has punched the drywall instead of talking about their feelings, anyone who has detached from their emotional body completely because feeling things is too painful and it's easier to just detach from it than it is to embrace it. This is for you. Anyone who is trying to get more discipline or control in their life or feels like they need more of it, or maybe the universe is making that happen. If you fall under any of those, this reading is for you. Hello. So with that being said, let's see what you need to know right now. So for all my empathic emperors out there, what do they need to know? Spirit. Ooh, okay, we have the Ace of Cups. Can we clarify this Ace of Cups? We have the Three of Swords. Can you clarify both these together? Clarify both of these together. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Bottom of the deck energy is the Hermit, which I'm not doing bottom of the deck energy yet, but I felt like that was significant. You may not like what you're about to hear, but it's definitely very necessary for you to hear it. I definitely feel like you were drawn to this color for a reason, this teal color. It's definitely meant for you. What you need to know is that you can't stop life. And it's pointless and futile to try. In fact, there's a real, I don't know if this is a wake-up call or at the very least a lovingly stern talking to from the universe about how important it is for you to heal your emotional body / have a relationship with it in general. It seems like you've either already attained a lot of success or you are focused on building some sort of empire or legacy, or if you're drawn to pile 1, you might want to watch that. These are different messages, but I can see similarities. Anyway. And if you are in the group, like I said, of being someone who's trying to control their emotions, suppress their emotions, someone who hates their emotions or doesn't have a healthy relationship to them, what you're really being told is, if you are frustrated with blockages in your life, if you are frustrated with having blind spots, those blockages and those blind spots are located in your emotional body. And the biggest thing of what I'm hearing is a need to get out of your head, because the Eight of Swords is all about being in your head. And not only that, the traditional emperor, he's a dude sitting on a throne. What do you think he's doing? He's probably thinking. I mean, he might be doing some other stuff. I don't know what he's doing in there. But what I do think that he's probably doing is thinking. And I feel like you have thought yourself into this trap of like desiring the natural human emotions of joy, of love, of connection, of abundance, of good vibes. But you can't have those without feeling the challenging, painful feelings of heartbreak, loss, frustration, anger, failure, mistakes, traumatic memories from middle school, all those things, right? I'm hearing a car alarm right now. So I guess yas to the traumatic middle school memories. I think that's pretty universal. But the big energy of what I'm getting is a need to recognize the fact that your emotions are not meant to be controlled, and you can't control what emotions you feel. Not that, I'm not saying that you think that, but I feel like you are torn between wanting to embrace life, wanting to be open to things, wanting to be open to opportunities, to people, to experiences that make your heart feel alive, or that you feel called to, that you are drawn towards. Maybe, for example, you are someone who, maybe you have feelings for someone, but you have zero desire to be in a position where you're vulnerable again, or you are afraid of getting hurt again. Maybe you've moved on from like certain parts of life, certain heartbreaks and things like that, and you've realized, oh, well, it's a lot easier and a lot nicer to just not feel things. And I don't want to go towards the good things, because the good things always end up being heartbreaks or end up failing. And I feel like, first of all, that's not true. That is a limiting belief that you have. And sure, maybe it's a limiting belief based on experience, but you'll never be able to change that experience if you don't open yourself up to new opportunities. But also, there's a real message here about you just getting out of your head and recognizing that you're not trapped, and that analyzing your situation and analyzing potential pitfalls, analyzing what could potentially happen, or the things that could potentially fail, all that's doing is keeping you stuck in a state you don't want to be in, a state where you feel like you have to expend so much of your energy on trying to keep your desires under control, your unexpressed energy under control, your unexpressed emotions under control, your unexpressed, I know I already said desires, but desires under control. And I feel like what Spirit is really saying is that you can only stay in that energy of resistance for so long, because to be human is to feel. You know, we all have feelings and emotions. How we process and express them is different, but we all have them. Emotions are data, just like numbers or computers are. Well, computers are not data, I guess. Computers work with data, and I don't know. I'm not a data guy. I don't know if you can tell that. I'm more of like a heart guy, which is clearly why you came to me for this message. Which actually, ironically, in my personal life, I'm not a data guy or a heart guy. I'm just an anxious guy trying to do the same thing. So don't worry, I'm not judging you. But I feel like you're judging yourself harshly for being human and for having emotions. Your emotions are trying to tell you things. And I feel like you've taught yourself that things that make you feel very positive emotionally, like maybe meeting someone new that you like, or seeing someone that you like, or having feelings for someone, or opening yourself up to a new friend that you feel really seen by. But, you know, all of those situations, you could get hurt. Things could go wrong, or getting an opportunity to do something that you love and then being like, oh, well, I don't want to go, or I don't want to take it because what if it sucks, or what if I'm not good enough, or blah, 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 blah. What this is here to tell you is that, first of all, you'll never know if you don't try. And second, both positive and negative uplifting and deflating emotions, like, they're all part of the spectrum of emotion. And sure, it's a lot nicer to feel the nice emotions, but the not nice emotions serve just as much as the positive ones do. And if anything, you can't just have one or the other, and you can't avoid your emotions for, well, I guess you can, but you're going to suffer. And I feel like you may have already be experiencing some of that suffering, because it feels like you're conflicted between wanting to break out of the self-imposed barriers you've put up to life and to love. And I don't mean just like romantic love, but I mean love in general, like doing things you love, being around people that you love, being with people that you love, telling people that you love them, you know, doing things that you love, trying new things, like doing things you wouldn't do because somebody you love wants you to do them. All those things, you're pushing those away too, out of fear of losing them, out of fear of them not working out, out of fear of things imploding. And what you really need to know is that life only feels hard, and life only, and like all, like, I feel like if you're exhausted, if life feels hard, it's because you are not living. You're like trying to anticipate. It's like you're on the outskirts of life, looking at opportunities to like jump in, but not doing it out of fear of what might happen, or out of worry that you can't see what comes next. And I feel like what you're really being called to recognize is that you can't control life, and you can't control how things make you feel, how things will occur between you and another person. But that doesn't mean that you should just not live. That doesn't mean you should just sit back and let life happen around you. It seems like you're really struggling with the fact that you're afraid to open yourself up again. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's just a lot of unresolved emotion within you that's either been unexpressed, or a lot of unresolved wounds around it being okay for you to express yourself emotionally, around what it means for you to express emotion. You know, maybe you were raised in a way where you were taught that showing emotion is the equivalent to showing weakness, that if you're emotional, you're a baby, or that emotions are a sign that you're not masculine enough, or that you're immature, whatever it may be. Like, and that's not true. Those are like toxic societal lies that are based on emotional immaturity and ignorance. Feeling is no different. Like, feeling is an important part of the human experience, and feelings tell us so much. And I feel like one thing that you need to know is that life will feel a lot easier when you just let things happen and let yourself live. Let yourself feel the hard things and let yourself feel the good things, and don't be attached to those feelings. And maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe you've been attached to controlling, or attached to trying to control certain feelings. So whether that's being attached to controlling the lack of feelings, or pushing away those feelings, or trying to control positive feelings, or whatever it may be, like, you're keeping yourself trapped in a self-imposed prison that the universe doesn't want you in, and that you don't want to be in either. And rather than beating yourself up about it or believing it's some failure on your part, recognize the fact that humanity as a whole, we have a lot to work on. We've come a long way, but we've still got a long way to go. And the vast majority of humans are emotionally immature or ignorant to the importance of their emotions, or have no clue to that. And that doesn't mean they're bad people or doing something wrong. It's just the fact that, like, bro, we were in caves once. Like, we had to start somewhere. And a lot of our awareness about how important our emotions are in our inner world, like, those are just starting to be recognized. And even though a lot of us do know that emotions are important, the ones that don't recognize that usually act like the ones that do know emotions are important are the crazy ones, which is not true. But point being, you gotta let yourself live. And the universe, here's the reality. You can either embrace what is bringing you joy, or who is bringing you joy, or who or what is responsible for this overflow of emotions. Or these could be multiple things. These could be many different things. You can embrace them and pursue them and explore them. And who knows how they'll end. They might end in heartbreak. They might end in something that makes you sad. But if you reject it because of that possibility, you're choosing the pain of rejecting what is bringing you joy. So you're gonna be in pain no matter what. It's just that if you embrace the joy, at least you get the other end of that emotional spectrum, the positive end of that emotional spectrum. And also, you don't know that it will end poorly. That's just an assumption on your part. And whether it does or it doesn't is not important, because that's not this, that you can't even cross that bridge yet because it hasn't even been built. Like, so there's a real need for you to take a step back and recognize how you're trapping yourself. And I guess I should go ahead and pull why. So why is this message coming through for pile 2, please, Spirit? We have the 2 of Pentacles. Can you clarify the 2 of Pentacles? My science baddies are in this pile for sure. I feel like you listen, you are very intelligent, and we love that for you. But with a powerful mind comes a powerful ability to sabotage yourself, and also a powerful ability to ignore and detach from the parts of yourself that you don't feel knowledgeable in, that do make you feel uncomfortable. And I feel like the reason why you're needing to hear this is because I feel like you may just be assuming that, like, if you just continue running away from your emotions or running away from the things that bring you any semblance of positive emotions, you may be feeling like, how do I explain this? Like, the reason why you're hearing this is because, if I'm being honest, you seem to keep making the latter decision of what I just described, pushing away the unknown in order to choose the shitty known, and then occupying yourself with things or people or activities that do not resonate with the person you're trying to become, the person you dream of being. And I feel like a lot of, like, the idealized version of yourself, the version of yourself that you saw yourself becoming as a child, the version of yourself you know in your heart you can be and that you're trying to work towards, but you feel like is some pipe dream, or you feel like you're not there yet. Half the reason you feel like you're not there yet is because you believe you're not there yet. I feel like one thing that you're not recognizing is that you almost keep yourself busy as a way to just suppress and avoid emotion. And also, you're very good at coming up with logical reasons as to why you shouldn't explore that emotion or why you shouldn't prioritize things that bring you joy. When in reality, you're just creating a lack of balance in your life. Like, for example, if you've got a lot on your plate right now, and because you got a lot on your plate, you're pushing away opportunities to hang out with your family or hang out with a friend of yours that you haven't seen in a long time. Your brain might be like, you can't do that, you have stuff to do. But your heart's like, oh my gosh, no, I want to go do that thing. Like, that'd be really so much fun. And your mind's like, well, no, you shouldn't do it because we have to do these other things and you have to get this done. And anything you say to shame yourself, anything you say to keep yourself kind of stuck in this loop of, like, escapism from whatever is within you that you're not addressing, like, your brain will do whatever to keep you there. And you will honor that because it seems logical. And in reality, I feel like your guides are being like, no, we want you to go do the things that make your heart flow, because not only will they rejuvenate you in ways that help you be successful in the other areas of your life, in the important areas of your life, and the areas that require you to be a leader, that require you to be on your mental A game. Like, those will be experiences that fuel you. Those will be experiences that make even the mundane things or the obligations that you have to attend to, like, they will give you more fuel to do those, and with more joy. I also feel like you keep trying, like, I feel like you equate one much better option as being on the same level as a much shittier option, which is, like, for example, what I was saying with, you can either choose the unknown and see what happens, or choose the same familiar shit, which, like, shit is warm. That's why people choose what's familiar, right? It's cozy, it's comfortable. And I feel like there's something within you, deep within you, that's pushing you to get outside of this cycle of always choosing what is familiar, what is comfortable, what you know won't push you out of your emotional comfort zone, whatever won't trigger you emotionally, whatever won't put you in a state where you're not in control. And I feel like what Spirit is really saying is that you might be understimulated, and, like, if you're someone who really likes to grow and evolve, and maybe you've always, like, used your growth, like you've only measured your growth in, like, career ways or athletic ways or physical ways, I feel like what you're really needing is emotional growth. And any other type of growth, any other type of, like, focus is not going to cut it. And you might be, I feel like you're, like, looking in the wrong places for a solution that's right in front of you. And it's almost like you're looking and looking and looking, but it's really like, I just need to, like, let myself feel things. And I just need to hold myself through those things, and tell myself that it's okay to feel things, and tell myself that, you know, it's okay to not be over something. It's okay to feel feelings of love for myself, for other people. It's okay to have an off day. It's okay not to do something. I just got cut off there. It's okay not to do something. Period. Like, I feel like you really judge yourself harshly, and I feel like if you don't immediately have a solution, you either just try to ignore it, run from it, suppress it, or pretend like it doesn't exist because you should know what it is, or because if you don't have a solution, then what's the point of worrying about it? And, like, I feel like more than anything, your guides really want you to embrace this cycle of healing your emotional body, because not only are you going to be able to cut through certain cycles that you keep sucking yourself back into, but also, like, the insight and awareness and growth and like up leveling you will experience is going to be insane. Like, I feel like just the quality of the life you're experiencing is going to increase tenfold, not because anything is changing, but just because you're perceiving with your emotional layer, as well as the mental layer, the physical layer, the spiritual layer, right? And for, like, your emotional layer, for example, you know, maybe if you went to that, like, let's say, for example, you're invited to go to a party for a longtime friend, and a lot of your close friends are going to be there. Let's say potentially you go in there and you haven't done any of that emotional healing, and so you spend the whole time, you know, thinking about the fact that there's a million things you need to be doing right now, thinking about the fact that you should be grateful to be here, and you should be embracing the moment because you haven't seen everyone. Could be thinking about the fact that you could be comparing yourself to other people, you could be, you know, judging yourself, like, just in your head, right? and rob yourself of the experience of being with your friends. But, you know, the emotionally healed version of you might recognize, the emotionally healed version of you doesn't mean that like the critical voice goes away, that the shaming voice goes away. It just helps you become more aware of when it's coming, or of when it's showing up, and not listening to it and taking it on as truth. So like, for example, maybe you do show up and to the party and you're like, oh, there's 50 million things I should have done, or there's 50 million things I could have done. But your heart is saying, no, this is my opportunity to connect with people who matter to me. This is an opportunity to connect with my friend at this party. This is an opportunity for me to enjoy and embrace life and celebrate. Like, I'm gonna give myself that at the present. I'm going to embrace this opportunity the best that I can. And I'm not going to allow my thoughts to rob myself of the opportunity to have a positive and healing experience with the people I care about, right? I feel like more than anything, what you need to know is that if you're focused on option A or option B and neither of them are working, it's probably because there's an option C that you haven't considered that might be even better. So I want to look at now how you can take advantage of this info moving forward. So how can that card flew up, but then it flew back in, so I guess it wasn't meant for you. Just jumping, I guess. How can pile 2 utilize this information to their advantage? How can they embrace and heal their emotional body? We have the 7 of Pentacles. So you've already been doing it, right? Can you clarify the 7 of Pentacles? Ooh, okay. So we have the Star and the 9 of Swords. Okay, so I feel like you already have been to some degree working on yourself. It seems like your emotional body is just the next step forward. I feel like with the 7 of Pentacles here, this is about, like, first of all, don't expect yourself to be emotionally healed, like, after doing, like, one meditation or something. First of all, healing never ends, and it's something that, you know, it's kind of like a spiral. But this is a lot about planting seeds and solid foundations to be more emotionally aware and take better care of yourself emotionally. This is about finding solutions. This is about getting in touch with yourself. This is about recognizing where you hold back on life or in expressing yourself because of shame or judgment or fear. This is about recognizing that you are capable of changing how you process your emotions, or if not processing them, how you express them or how you view them. You are capable of healing your emotional body, and you are capable of facing challenging situations that you may need to heal from in the future. I feel like this is recognizing that you don't know what the future holds, but rather than be completely like distraught over potential horrible catastrophizing futures, recognizing that the universe is not only on your side, but the universe loves you so much, and they don't want you to waste your life in a tizzy of worry and miss out on life because you're too busy thinking about it or too busy trying to control what happens. With this Star here, this is about recognizing that not only are you capable of healing, but that healing will happen naturally and that it will happen over time. And everything is okay. The fact that you even have the intention, like, awareness is the first step to healing. And once you have that awareness, that is like a game changer in terms of being able to do things differently, in terms of being able to grow, in terms of being able to learn different ways to handle things, new coping skills. And so I really feel like Spirit is saying, 1, to look at the future brightly and recognize that, you know, life is going to be life no matter what. A lot of this healing is not about learning how to not care or learning how to avoid life, but rather recognizing that life will stretch the limits of your heart over and over again. But that's part of the human experience, and the limit, and when I mean stretch the limits, I mean in positive ways and in challenging ways. Both of those are part of the human experience, and both of those are part of your growth. And the thing is that the more healing you do, the more you can embrace the positive emotions and the positive aspects of life. And when the challenging time challenging times come, not only will you have the knowing that those healing times, those positive, those joyful times, they will come again, and they'll probably exist in tandem with the challenging times, but also you will have tools, understanding and awareness about how you need to support yourself during challenging times, how you can support yourself when you are experiencing difficult emotions, how to help and support yourself through challenging times rather than sit in a rut of rumination. Like, all of this healing, it has long-term benefits, and it will help you free yourself from your own prison of analysis and from your own prison of self-imposed thought. And I feel like as well, what you need to know is recognize that, like, hope, happiness, and healing are coming to you whether you like it or not. And your brain, and if you have a lot of like challenges with like controlling your, like, having a better mental health space, like if you have mental health issues, if you have a lot of anxiety, like, don't be afraid to reach out for help. Don't be afraid to start looking for solutions. You may not find help right away. It may take time to find a good therapist, or it may take time to find what works for you. But don't assume because the first thing that doesn't work, or don't assume because you do a bunch of healing and then a similar issue comes up that you're unhealed, or that the healing failed. You know, when we get like a bad cut, there's still a scar left over, you know, like sometimes things will be reopened and need to be healed again. I feel like there's a really big emphasis on trying not to interpret what you're experiencing, but instead just have more awareness of what's occurring and awareness of the state you want to be in, how you want to support yourself. And I think too, just with the Seven of Pentacles, you won't regret any time and energy you do put into your own healing, your own growth. And it may take time for you to find the resources, the tools, the people, the experiences, the places that are going to help you with this, but you'll get there. And the most important thing is that if you have issues, especially like with your mental health, that are outside of your ability to quote unquote fix them or heal them, please get help. Like, because you deserve to live a life that is hopeful, joyful, and happy, even when times are hard, even when there are challenges. And you deserve to feel those challenges and not try to suppress that and pretend like you're fine. You deserve to flow with your emotions and flow with life. And denying yourself that opportunity is just denying yourself your own humanity. So with that being said, let's go ahead and see what your guardian angels want you to know. We'll get some little channeled messages. So pile 2's guardian angels, what messages do you have for pile 2? We have action. Drop all fear and just do it. You have the power to create and be what you truly want. Look inside your heart and take positive action, which, looking inside your heart, you know, you can't know what your heart wants if you're detached from it. That's why you got to feel the hard emotions, because once you move through the hard emotions or move through what's stuck there, then you start to see what your heart's yearning for, what your heart's trying to move you towards. And take positive action in those things that bring you closer to achieving your desired goals. Nothing can stop you except your own fears. This card is positive confirmation from God and the angels that the time is right for you to start a new and exciting venture. Yes. And I feel like there's already, like, in this new and exciting venture might just be approaching life from a more loving perspective, or approaching life from a perspective where you don't judge yourself, or whatever it may be. But if your heart's been calling you to take some sort of action and you've been holding back because of like fear of uncertainty, it's time to take action towards those things. Anything else? Let's get one more. Okay. Prayer. Okay, so if you're uncomfortable with prayer, that's absolutely okay. If you don't believe in angels or anything like that, you can just ask the universe. Dear guardian angel, universe, Help me dissolve past guilt or regret. Help me see that all is always in perfect and divine order. Help me let go of the fear that I project onto my future. Help me to live fully within each precious moment and feel your eternal love within and around me. Help me release and fulfill my true potential. Thank you. Yeah, this is, a lot of what you're healing is going to help you do that. And I also think that like maybe you've been avoiding past like guilt or regret, and maybe there's like healing that you need to do, or like conversations you need to have, or like something like that would really help you embrace your emotional body. But finally, we have manifestation. Believe in yourself. Trust your instincts and follow your heart, for in doing so, you shall manifest all your heart desires. The life you've for so long aspired to create will soon manifest. And this is the thing. When you take your emotional body out of the equation, you can't know what your heart wants. And so anything you try to manifest is automatically going to be weaker, because you're manifesting it from the mental body or from the ego, whether you realize it or not. The mental body doesn't necessarily have to be the ego, but you're manifesting from thought, not from feeling. Not only that, but the mind doesn't always know what the heart wants or what we need. And the heart asks us and sends us in directions and asks us of things that our linear mind would never agree to and would never say yes to. But that's why they're so powerful, because they allow us to grow, they allow us to evolve, and we have experiences beyond our wildest imaginings. And I really do think that that's what you're being called towards. So with that being said, now I want to look at relevant angel numbers, animals, crystals, and chakras / scents that may be relevant for you. These can be synchronicities to either confirm this reading or to remind you moving forward. Let's just see what's coming out for you. So you guys got 2 of these. Woo! We have 000. You are one with the Creator, and there are no limits to what you can achieve. You have the ability to create something new and incredible in your lifetime here on Earth. I am a creator. And we have 555. A major shift is about to come into your life. Experience and change your path's direction. Be open and stay positive. I am optimistic. This is so beautiful. And I really do think too, like Spirit is trying to get you ready for these beautiful manifestations. It's like what you want, what you've been manifesting is trying to come to you. But you have to recognize your role in creating it and recognize where you might be sabotaging it out of fear or negativity. Your crystal is Tibetan black quartz. The black in Tibetan black quartz references the storm-like bursts of an inky mineral often found inside the stone. The Tibetan references the crystal's Himalayan origins. Tibetan black quartz reminds those on the spiritual path to non-judgmentally ask, how could I be even clearer right now? Who needs it? Metaphysicists, occultists, Taurus, Sagittarius. Oh, Tantrists. I thought that said Tauruses. Tauruses as well. Sagittarians. Where to put it? Wherever you are looking to elevate the vibe, operate on a higher plane, and explore the vastness of your human consciousness. And when to use it? When you're chasing enlightenment on the meditation cushion, when you're pulling tarot cards. Light up your spiritual path. So maybe your emotional body is the key to you connecting with your spiritual body, because the heart is the soul's representative. So they're very closely entwined. Okay, I love this. This is so reassuring for me. Okay, so for your heart, we have the chakra that's being highlighted is the heart chakra, which is very reassuring to me. I know I'm channeling the right message. The trigger statement is, my life is a mess. The true statement is, I find stillness within. Your outer world is a reflection of your inner world. Go within and to find peace there, and your life will reflect that. I also just think that like focusing on peace and focusing on learning how to have peace even when you don't have answers, or even when like learning to find peace within the unknown, I feel like that would be such a game changer for you. And finally, we have the turtle. Small steps, big accomplishments. Yeah, and I feel like that's like one thing about the 7 of Pentacles. You may not realize it now, but like the small things that you do will really help you in the future. And also just like, I feel like you don't realize like how these small tweaks will help you accomplish so much more. And yeah, I feel like you'll accomplish a lot more than you think you will. And I'm actually seeing like I'm hearing it's like Neil Armstrong. I think it was Neil Armstrong, right? When he stepped foot on the moon. which the moon rules the emotions in astrology. It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And I really feel like you healing your relationship to your own emotional body is something that can help the people around you heal their relationship to their emotions as well. Like, you can be a positive role model in terms of showing people how they can change their relationship with their emotions, how they can get more in tune with them. And, you know, if you have children or have children someday, or if you just have, like, you know, people in your life, like, you can be a positive role model and help them help themselves too. And can you hear the rain? I just think it's so beautiful for it to be raining when we're talking about emotions. Like, I'm hearing like Come Clean by Hilary Duff, which I love. So with that being said, let's go ahead and finish your reading by looking at your original guidance card. Invoking guides, gods, and guardians. So, okay, this makes a lot of sense. So it seems like on a spiritual level, you are upgrading. Like, you are either going to be awakening spiritually or having like taking the next step into your spirituality. I think you are taking a step into your spirituality where you are becoming, it's like the emotional component is important for you to, one, be able to discern on a spiritual level, like what you're experiencing, like things like that. And also, when we deal with powerful emotions, when our hearts are stretched, you know, oftentimes we go to those spiritual sources, and if we're not vulnerable with those, and we're holding them in, then we're not releasing them, and we're also not surrendering them. And oftentimes, like for example, using this example, like the Divine Mother, she's in figures like Mother Mary, Ma Kali, Goddess Isis. Like, she's in those figures, like she is emanations, her emanation is in those things. But the Divine Mother as like an overall overarching universally loving mother, you know, when you forge a connection with that energy, for example, you're able to surrender into your emotions, surrender them to something greater than you through prayer, through, you know, just asking to be supported, through just expressing it and recognizing that it's okay. And that vulnerability like allows spiritual energy to like help you, support you, nourish you, and also remind you that you're not alone in this. And like, you know, the Divine Mother, for example, like she cries with us, she laughs with us. She's not removed and detached, like looking up in some heaven or something, like watching us suffer. Like, she's with us. Like, she's Mother Earth. She is matter. She is form, and she cares about, like, she will, like, let's just read what the card says, and if I have anything to add, we'll get there. Which I do love that you have number 31, because 3 makes me think of the Empress, and 1 makes me think of the Magician. So it's like manifesting your divine feminine energy, which you clearly have divine masculine energy already. But like, we all have feminine masculine energy within us, but like they can be distorted. Making them divine is useful. Essential themes: getting to know the invisible helpers around us, trusting that we have a non-physical network of support, and discovering which beings, deities, and frequencies we align with. So maybe, for example, the Divine Mother and her many emanations could be significant. In many ways, this card reminds us of our ancestors. Regardless of which genetic line we may hail, everyone's lineage can be traced back to earth-based communities that were deeply in touch with nature, with spirits, and with the unseen realm, which is so true. We've become so detached. Like, we are a very spiritually sick and ignorant society. Like, we've lost a lot of spiritual wisdom. Not that there isn't spiritual wisdom in all the religions that currently exist, but we've lost a lot of our connection to, especially in the Western world, like our connection to Mother Earth, to nature, to our animal self. Even if we don't know it or always feel it, spiritual guardians and guides are around us. They come in and out of our lives for specific purposes. Many empaths, the author included, struggle with perceiving spirit guides and guardians, but can much more easily connect with gods and deities because they exist on a different plane than spirit guides. Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense, because I do the same thing. Spirit guides and guardians, which that's a whole other can of worms. I could talk about it maybe in another video or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, spirit guides and guardians exist closer to our own physical world. In the spirit realm, while deities exist on a higher dimensional frequency, spiritual folks from many different backgrounds believe that the gods created humankind as life on earth. Others believe that humankind created the gods. Neither of these viewpoints negate the gods' validity. They're very much real regardless of their genesis. In fact, are these two perspectives even mutually exclusive? This card can be viewed as a call to more deeply research and engage with the unseen realm, because everyone is more attuned to different things. For some people, this could be the fairy realm. For others, the realm of ascended masters. For others, spirit animals, and so forth. A handful of empaths are attuned to the ability to mediumship. It's me. Might be you too. Contacting humans and animals who have passed away yet remain earthbound. But see, what this is also, everything, that's mediumship. Like that's mediumship. Mediumship is more than just like things that are dead. It can also be with things that haven't lived ever. Specialized skills such as these should be honed with years of practice and a healthy amount of discernment, which mediumship, you have to be in touch with your emotional body in order to discern. Haven't been doing a lot of mediumship recently because of the anxiety, which I know you know, because I said that earlier. Not the first part, but I mentioned, like, I understand what you're going through. Anyway, but if you want to learn mediumship, first of all, get your mental health in a healthy space. And second, don't learn it on your own. You need a teacher. It's not a safe thing to do on your own. Remember, we can't do everything, and there are specialists for a reason. See? I just read that. I may be an empath who is naturally aligned with the animal realm, while my friend may be an empath who is aligned with the realm of plants and gemstones. We each have our own unique callings and abilities. This card encourages you to explore your specialty while keeping in mind that empathy itself is a strictly emotional experience. As a result, your empathic specialty will be directly tied to your emotions and the emotions experienced with those on other planes. It doesn't really matter what your understanding of the other world is or not. Even a hard and fast atheist can gain a sense of comfort from asking the universe for support, even if it's not entirely clear what that means. And I should also stress that, like, you don't necessarily need to know, like, who or what is the source that is, like, contacting you or supporting you, or that you're contacting, because, like, so long as it's unconditionally loving. Once it's not, because spirits can't replicate. If a spirit is not unconditionally loving, it can't replicate that. It might be able to replicate excitement or another emotion, but it can't replicate unconditional love. That's why it's important to understand, like, how it feels, because that is a huge, like, feeling is a huge component of discernment, because you can't see these things with your own physical eyes, right? So, yeah, that's something. The entire, and that's the thing, is if it's coming from a place of love, like, usually if it wants to reveal itself, it will somehow, through signs, through things. Oftentimes I will realize in hindsight, like, for example, like, Odin, like, visited me in a dream and was, like, sending me signs all over, like, a year or so ago, but I didn't see them in hindsight because I was distracted and anxious and, like, focused on the wrong things. I didn't slow down and listen, and so I didn't realize it until hindsight. It's like, that's just a small example. But, like, oftentimes, like, deities and stuff like that, I've never, like, all the deities that I work with are ones that came into my life. So that might be the same thing for you if that is relevant for you. But also with, like, these powerful energies, since you clearly are a powerful energy, like, there's so much power in just, like, exploring that stuff. And I would highly recommend Alana Fairchild. I use her decks. I'm going to use some of her decks in this video. She has excellent books on stuff like this. But yeah, do your own exploring. I'm rambling. The entire, and the point of what I was saying is it all comes back to one source. Like everything is connected and it all comes back to it. It's just the cool thing is that the divine and humans have been very creative in how these emanations of love are expressed. By invoking, evoking, or calling upon external forces, we simultaneously awaken the aspects within ourselves, as the ancient alchemical axiom states, as above, so below. We are reflections of the divine. Like the Bible says, we were created in the image and likeness of God, because God is all and there is nothing that God is not. Yes. Suggestions for action. Because empaths are spiritual souls, which you don't have to be an empath to be, we're all spiritual souls. We all have souls. We're all spiritual. having a human experience. We're able to tap into the energy of a certain emotion and consciously invoke it into ourselves. For example, if I need extra courage or confidence on a particular day, I may close my eyes for a few moments, take some deep breaths, and verbally ask the spirits of courage and confidence to surround me. This will enter my sphere. I do not even need to know them by name or form. We empaths can tap into frequency. I think we can all do that. I think we can all sing. Some people feel comfortable working with the realms of angels and archangels. Others feel more attuned to their ancestors. Others more attuned to specific gods, goddesses, or the all-encompassing God, universe, spirit. There is a great versatility in our ability to summon help from the outside, and it's up to us to discover the methods that fit our personal beliefs, experiences, and spiritual constitutions. So yeah, like everything that I just described, I normally don't interject with so many things, but I feel like I actually have useful information on this, and I don't talk about this stuff a lot in my readings because it's not relevant to readings. But my only baseline is unconditionally loving. I don't really interact much with like earthbound spirits, which are like ghosts. Honestly, don't even notice them that much unless like I'm tuned in or like something tries to grab my attention. And negative demonic things, you will fucking feel it if it's around. So like discernment is powerful, but also like if you are interested in spirit communication, spirit work, like mediumship, you need to get a teacher, you need to get someone. Like don't do that on your own. But like smaller things like pulling cards or, you know, and learning to explore what you're drawn to, I guess, point being, but just be safe, and also don't underestimate like how powerful and how energetically draining this work can be, and also how vulnerable it can make you. So like do not believe that you can just like I'll use myself as an example. I was doing this stuff for over a year before I realized I was a medium. I was born that way. I didn't realize it, but there was so much that I was leaving myself vulnerable to that I didn't know because I didn't know anything about it. So anyone can learn mediumship. The only people that like I wouldn't suggest learning it are like, you know, people with like schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorders, people with really, really challenging mental health issues, like at least until you're in a more healed place. But if you're in a healthy mental state and you want to learn, I say go for it. It can be really powerful. But I feel like more than anything, like what this is really a lot about is recognizing that like life, and I will say from personal experience, life feels a lot less scary when you know you have friends on the other side, when you know that you're connected to all that is. Like synchronicities, for example, like synchronicities are a way that the spiritual world communicates with us through our world. I, as a medium, am a way the spirit world communicates to our world. The spirits don't have vocal cords. They don't have that carbon. They don't have, you know, a human body, but they do have like universal cosmic intelligence and a never-ending resource of unconditional love. And I have 2 brain cells and a willingness to open up to what they're trying to say. So it's like I'm just kind of more of a vessel for whatever wants to come through, but it comes through me, my filter, my experience. So like I can't just start channeling in Italian because I haven't learned Italian, for example, but that's why learning and growing is very beneficial when you do this, because then you're able to be more effective. But I don't know why I was telling you all that. It must be relevant for you. So I hope that information is relevant. And if you pick this pile and you have questions, I'll, if there's like really popular questions, like those questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. I may have to like do a video about this, but like it's also something that I'm still like, I don't know, it's very personal and special, and I guess that's why I wanted to share some of my experience, because I hope that it would like encourage you and hopefully make you feel less alone. And I feel like there's good guidance in this, but I also think it is directly tailored to empaths. And I think that sometimes when we identify or see ourselves as something, we can forget that we don't have to be that thing in order for the guidance to resonate. But that being said, pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. I really hope that this message resonated and it was everything that you were looking for. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and support for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to support me in other ways, like I said earlier, like this video, comment down below, let me know how it resonates. Subscribe if you haven't already. Be sure to click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch. Be sure to check out my candles. Use code ASO10 for 10% off. And you can check out my social media. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Aura-coded Quartz point and the Lightworker's Oracle, then this is going to be your reading on the message that was meant to find you. So I guess I don't know what the reading is on quite yet. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and shuffle your final guidance card. Feel free while I'm shuffling to kind of just set the intention that the beings or that the energy that loves you unconditionally comes through with the message meant for you. Or just watch me shuffle. You can do whatever you want. But feel free to ask from your heart that the message that needs to reach you today finds you. Doesn't matter what you believe in. You don't even need to believe in these. As long as there's information that helps you, that's what matters. If you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. And once I shuffle this card, we will save her for the end. So, Spirit, what message do you have for pile 3? What guidance card is relevant for them at this time? Okay, this is going to be your guidance card. I'm really excited for this pile. This is one of my favorite decks, so I'm excited to see what comes through. But now we're going to see who this reading is for by doing the energy check and getting into your tarot. I'm using the Apparition Tarot today. And you can do the same thing with this deck. Set the intention that the messages in here are meant to find you. You can ask for signs. We'll definitely look at some later. But essentially, the most important thing is that it resonates. And if it doesn't, feel free to try a different pile or do something else that just brings you joy in life. Not that you need my permission, but just suggesting. Anyway. So I'm gonna shuffle and pull for who this is for. And if this part resonates, then this reading is meant for you. And if this part doesn't, this reading is not meant for you. So Spirit, who is this reading for? Who is in pile 3? Whoa, okay, we got 2. So let's see. Oh, we have the 8 of Pentacles again and the 2 of Wands. So maybe for some of you, you chose 2 different decks. This is interesting. Let me take a little sip of my drink. Who is in pile 3? I definitely think this is about trying to make something work. This could be between 2 people. This could be an idea that you're in the planning stage of. You could be from pile 1. This is definitely so many different things. One thing that I'm getting like very strongly, even though these 2 cards wouldn't necessarily indicate this in a different deck, I think that's the artwork of this deck is, I'm glad I chose this deck because it's very telling. You could be trying to make something work with someone that's at a distance from you. Or you're trying to make plans to come together. It seems like there is some sort of division here. But there's a mutual goal of wanting to make something happen, wanting to make something work. I also see, though, a lot of people that chose this pile could be doing well in life overall, like on paper, from the outside looking in, like anyone would look at you and think, oh yeah, they're doing really well. But maybe you feel like you should be doing more, that you're not doing enough, or that like you thought you would feel differently when you reach this point in your life. It seems like you may be comparing yourself a lot to other people and their lives and what's going on with them, or you may be switching between like pathways of what you think is truly meant for you. There's really a core message here of the people that are meant to come to this pile are people that have really been struggling between their heart and their ego. And that's not to say that like we all have heart and ego. And the ego is a slippery, slimy little bitch. And it can pop up in so many different places. And it seems like something that's very special and very important to you, whether that is like your career, a project you're working on, your life in general. You're very important and very special. So it could just be you working on yourself. It seems like you're really struggling with the process of, it seems like you're struggling to like live life, even though you're not, you just feel like you are, if that makes sense. Like what I see in my mind's eye right now is like a baby holding a telephone, and I feel like that's what you feel like. It's like you're doing adult things, you're being an adult, you're living the life, but it feels like for whatever reason, something just doesn't feel right, or you feel like you're either not enough, or you're not doing enough, or you're unsatisfied or unfulfilled with what you are doing, even though it is actually fulfilling. You just like sometimes get tired of it. What is going on in this group? I feel like you don't really know what's going on. I feel like you're in this position where you had plans for your life and they either came to fruition, maybe not in the way that you imagined, but they happened, and now it's like, what next? Or you thought you wanted something out of life and you got it, and now you're realizing it's not enough, like there needs to be more, like my vision isn't satisfied. And I feel like you're almost like oscillating between two different versions of yourself, and one is more like oriented in the ego, and the other is more oriented in like what is truly meaningful and what is truly fulfilling for you. And it seems like you go back and forth between feeling happy and fulfilled and satisfied in your life, and then wondering if you're doing enough, feeling like you're not enough, feeling guilt and shame for who you are, feeling bad about the fact that like you have accomplished things in your life. Like it's really like, the only word I can describe for your energy is like frenetic, which like I wish I had a dictionary in front of me right now so I could like actually look at the definition of that word, because I don't even know if I'm using the right word, but it feels chaotic to say the least. And I feel like you're definitely struggling with projection of some kind, either, which I think it's both. Like I think you could be projecting like your shadows onto other people. Like a perfect example of this is if you see someone, like let's say you see someone's morning routine online and they look very put together and successful, and you're like, that's why I'm not as good as them. It's because I don't have this morning routine. It's because I wake up at 8 instead of 7:30, and my skincare routine is not good, or silly things like that, or small things like that, like throughout the day, where you may like project what you see from other people. Like the point of what I'm trying to say is when you're projecting your shadow, you see other people in a positive light and you project that negatively onto yourself, where you assume aspects about their life because you can't see it, and assume that they must have something figured out that you don't because you haven't, because you're not that, or you're not expressing or embodying whatever within the other person that you admire. And then you are like making an assumption that the reason why that is because they do something differently than you, or whatever that may be. That's very confusing. I hope that makes sense. But I also feel like people project onto you. They do the same thing to you. And if you know about it, I feel like you probably take it very hard. Like there's definitely a sensitivity with you where you have very positive intentions most of the time. And what do you mean most of the time? I'll get there. You have very positive intentions, and you are genuinely just like very focused on doing things that make you feel successful, that, you know, satisfy like your ambition cravings. I feel like this reading is not making any sense. I have no clue what I am saying right now. You're probably like, we don't have any clue what you're saying either. It hurts when people project onto you and judge you and assume your intentions when you have pure intentions, when you are trying to do your best. And I feel like there is a hyperfixation on like the purity of your intentions, and a hyperfixation on making sure that everything you're doing is coming across as genuine, and everything that you're doing comes across as pure. And almost that focus might get you into positions where then you start looking at yourself in a way that's not human, but rather like from this egoic perspective of, are you performing for others in a way that makes you look like a good person, that makes you look like how you want to be perceived? And there's nothing wrong with wanting to be perceived in a positive light. Everybody does. But you genuinely have pure intentions. And so it seems like the need to like police yourself is unnecessary. And in fact, it may be the exact thing that makes you come off as like not genuine about your intentions or something like that. Very interesting. Who is this for? Like, I don't know who this is for, I guess. Anyone who's resonating with what I'm saying. I feel like you're a work in progress, as we all are. But you're really struggling with themes of like the self and everyone outside of you, and how your outer self is perceived by the outside world, how you perceive that outer self. It seems like you're really trying. I feel like you're a lot of different people at once right now, which I guess there's an argument that we all are. But for you, that aspect is being highlighted because I feel like you could be at like a crossroads or a turning point in life where it really matters the perspective you choose to take on as your truth, because it could be the thing that propels you to not only where you want to be in life and more, or propel you far beyond that, or you could go down a path of like not really realizing your dreams, not really realizing what it is that you're here to do because of choosing a perspective or choosing a mindset or choosing a belief system that upholds things that are maybe more like societally mainstream, but are less fulfilling to your soul, less fulfilling to your heart, but maybe satisfying to your ego, or satisfying to how you're being perceived. Let me summarize this and we'll get further into the reading, because I apologize if this is not making sense. I'm kind of confused myself. I feel like with the Eight of Pentacles overall, there's a highlight here about like just like work in general, like highlighting your hard work, highlighting, you know, your desire to do better, and your desire to just become a better human being, to yourself, to others. But I also think that there's this inherent pressure that you put on yourself to like meet certain benchmarks that are unnecessary, that don't exist. And I also just think that you may be struggling with, I feel like you're just struggling with the different wolves inside of you, brother, sister, fellow human. And it's hard. And I feel like because you care, which is good, it's good to care about life, you're kind of exhausting yourself and not really getting anywhere. You want to be moving forward, but you're not really getting anywhere because you're going back and forth between these different states of being all the time. Okay, let me just shuffle what the message is, because that was long and confusing, and I'm confused. Spirit, what do you want to tell these people who pile 3 is for? High Priestess. Okay. What about the High Priestess? Okay. We have the 7 of Wands and we have Strength. Wow. Okay. So if you're still watching, which I kind of hope you are, I hope that resonates. We got to talk about what you need to know. I'm hearing this song, The Fighter, by is by those Far East movement? Are they featured in the song? Something like I really can honestly not really remember the lyrics or the song. It's like a very 2000s pop song. Same guys who made Rocketeer made this song. No, I don't think they did. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I take that back. But that song. It seems like what your message is a lot about, I'm hearing sending in reinforcements, because I feel like you don't see your perspective highlighted out in the world very often. And the fact that this perspective is more loving, more peaceful, well, I'm guessing that's what it is, because, well, I hope it is. I feel like you actually have just like a more evolved perspective than a vast majority of the world does. And I know that sounds kind of like douchey as I'm saying that, but I don't mean that in like a, and maybe that can even sound like egoic as it's coming out, but it just seems like you have a unique perspective on the world that you don't share very often. And because you don't see much of yourself out in the world, you feel uncomfortable and afraid of sharing it, and uncomfortable or weird about living your truth or living in that perspective all the time. It seems like you're a lot more, you have been focused a lot more on just the outer world recently, or in general, and which is normal. We as humans are. But this message is a lot about recognizing that the lack of finding yourself in the outside world is not a sign that there's something inherently wrong with you, or that there's something wrong with your perspective. It just means that more people need you sharing it. I feel like there is a call for you to do more self-analysis instead of trying to find solutions. I feel like you are someone who has, like, you've either made a lot of progress in the past and maybe you've hit a plateau, or you've just been working really hard on yourself and had a lot going on in life. And so you've been in a very, like, maybe forward thinking or linear minded perspective of like, okay, here's what I want to do now. Here's what I want to achieve. Here's what I want to see like happen. And you may be going back and forth with that, or you may be feeling like you're making less progress because you get like almost lost in versions of yourself that are maybe more egoic or like resonate less with your heart space. Like, for example, and when I say more egoic, I don't like, that can mean so many different things. It can mean like you get stuck in a mindset where you're feeling really insecure about your body. So like you're shaming yourself all the time. You're making your decisions based on how confident you feel. You're making your decisions based on what you're comfortable wearing, rather than making your decisions based on how you're feeling and how you want, like, and what your heart wants to experience in that day. Like obviously there are obligations and things like that, but you know, for example, if your heart really wants to go to the beach and spend time with your family, but your ego is like, no, we can't go to the beach because we look like shit in our swimsuit, like getting lost in that negative, mean, critical, judging version of yourself for a while, it can halt your progress. It can slow you down, and it can like make you feel, one, obviously like shit, and two, like you haven't really grown, that you're falling behind, that what's possible for you is very limited, things like that. And I feel like what this message is meant to talk about is that recognizing that stuff. And I just heard this thing that was like, you don't need more self-help books. You have plenty of those. Well, maybe not books, but like self-help content. I feel like a lot of the self-help content you need, this is going to be the corniest shit I ever say, but it's going to be within you. Like, that is definitely not the corniest thing I've ever said. I'm sure there's much cornier things, but the self-help you're looking for is within you. Because I feel like what you're really needing is, one, more confidence in your convictions, more confidence in sharing those convictions with others. And in order to do that, and in order to feel that way, I feel like you do just need to spend some more time really going within and looking at all of these different wolves inside of you, and understand what they are and understand how they operate within you, so that you don't have to go so deeply within as often, because you'll be able to consciously recognize what parts of you are coming up at different points of the time, at different points in your day. Like, for example, the negative critical wolf within you, right? You may take that on as truth if you don't recognize it as just your negative wolf. Whereas your heart wolf is like, let's go to the beach, let's go have fun with our friends. Blah. And the negative wolf is going to be a hater. He's going to be like, nah, no, you can't go to the beach. That doesn't work either. You can't go to the beach because your swimsuit doesn't look right. You, before acknowledging these two parts of yourself, you know, the negative wolf, he may be a wolf born of shame and bullying and embarrassment and humiliation. And he's just trying to protect you, but he's doing it in a way that's stopping your heart wolf from enjoying time at the beach. And both of those wolves are within you. Which wolves are you listening to? I don't know why we're on wolves, but we're on wolves. Maybe wolves are significant for you. But anyway, that long-winded wolf example was meant for me to just kind of explain to you that all of these, there are so many different parts of yourself fighting for your attention and fighting to be heard. And your actions and your response to those wolves, inner thoughts, inner experiences, dictates and determines what you're giving your energy to. And that is incredibly important, because the universe really needs you giving your energy to the positive within you, to the parts of you that knows you can do it, to the parts of you that knows that you can achieve what you set your mind to, and that you matter. You deserve to take up space, and you deserve to share your light and your gifts with the world. And the thing is that your guides need you to understand, the universe needs you to understand that there will be so many people that resonate with the messages that you have to say, but you have to be brave enough to say them. And I said save instead of say, or I was about to, and I stopped myself. And I feel like you can save so many people by saying things that need to be said. because nobody else is saying them. Because and here's the thing too, is there, like, you know, you might be like, well, someone else is already saying it, or someone else, like, I have seen someone else say it, or blah, blah, blah. That doesn't mean we don't need other people speaking up about the same message. Like, there's a lot of us on this planet, hunty. Like, we need more people saying this stuff. Like, we need more people. Like, I used to think being the change you wanted to see in the world was dumb and not true. But it is true. And it is the only hope that we have in the world changing. Like, you know how hard it is to change yourself. Like, you can't expect the world to do it, but you could be a beacon of change in your life, in the lives of others, and in the lives of people that could look up to you, like your kids, if you have them or have them one day, you know, to your family, to your friends. And I feel like with this Strength card, Strength actually really powerfully encapsulates what I was trying to talk about when I was talking about who this reading is for. In the traditional Strength card, there's a woman petting a tamed lion. And oftentimes in society, we recognize strength as the fierce lion roaring, right? We recognize strength as being emotionless and asserting your will over others, being dominant, being alpha. Oh, okay, that's why we were talking about wolves, which the hilarious part is that we as a collective humanity have taken on this idea that there are alpha and beta and sigma wolves, and that's not even a real thing. But we've taken it on, and now we have terms like alpha and beta to represent states of being, and also use that as a judgment system. Like, what the fuck is that? That's so stupid. But anyway, that was not meant to be. I apologize for that rant. Let's regroup. Point of me saying that is, you in that stupid example, the alphas are seen strong and the betas are weak, and then there's sigmas. I don't know what those are. I don't know the nuance of all that, but the reality of the situation is they're all just human beings categorizing themselves based on traits that they perceive as stronger or weaker or more alpha or more beta, and really it's unnecessary. Both of those sides have different strengths and weaknesses. And we all have different strengths and weaknesses. And the thing is that a lot of times people look at strength from an egoic perspective of, like I was saying, you know, being stronger, more powerful, being, you know, dominating your environment, controlling your environment, controlling yourself, controlling your responses, you know, or showing people that you can be absolutely crazy if they're not submitting to your control. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that, right? But real strength is not about controlling your environment or asserting dominance over your environment. It's about surrendering and responding to your environment. It's about recognizing the strength in others and still choosing to be gentle. It's about recognizing the strength in yourself and honoring that without bringing harm to others. It takes a lot of strength to not be petty. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of strength to be forgiving and be compassionate when you would rather judge and look away. It takes strength to speak truth to something that's really painful or really nuanced and complicated to an audience of people that will only look at it one way, or may just fall on deaf ears and make their own judgments anyway. It takes strength to be who you are in a world trying so hard to get you to conform to what they're comfortable with. It takes strength really to just exist and be human, but it takes an extra level of strength to exist in a way that is authentic to you. And I think that in a world that is so focused on categorizing each other and labeling each other and blah, 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 it is such a powerful thing to be multidimensional and to own all parts of yourself, the egoic parts and the heart parts, and recognize that you don't have to be perfect all the time, but that doesn't mean you should stop going after your goals or stop trying to be the best version of yourself, you know? Every saint has a past and every sinner has a future, you know what I mean? And I think in your case, like, you may be judging yourself very harshly or really struggling to figure out what to do or where to go. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the fact that you keep taking on other people's energies, other people's lives as markers and metrics of where you should be and what you should be doing. And it's not, ew, I hate what I just heard in my head. It's messing with your jive. I don't hate it. It just sounds like I couldn't say that seriously. But I imagine that's what like kids 40 years from now will be saying when I have my Gen Z slang still going. So circle of life, right? You are a brilliant person and you don't recognize your own brilliance. And the only way you're going to do that is if you start going within and actually start focusing on where you're directing your energy. Because also these candles, right? This could be an excellent example of like if each candle represented like parts of your energy. You know, if you focus all those candles on upholding and uplifting what is meaningful to you on the deepest level, on a heart-based, fulfilling level, on a soul level, that is the stuff that you are not going to regret going towards. And that goes against so much of what we are taught is good and acceptable, especially if you grew up in, quote unquote, the West. You know, this idea of the house, the car, the kids, the 2-picket fence. Like, if that's what you want, that's amazing and incredible. But, you know, a lot of people are fed that idea and then they get it and then they realize they don't want it, or they realize it's not, like, there are so many ways in which we are told how we should live, what we should do, what is right, what is good. And it may work for some people, but it may not work for a lot of other people. And it creates a lot of misery. And I feel like you may be creating misery for yourself by just not having more conviction to figure out and live in a way that is more authentically aligned with you. Like, maybe you know you could, but you just feel guilty and weird about doing it. Maybe you're afraid to take a certain risk. Maybe you're afraid to step outside of the box of what you thought your life was going to be. No matter what it is, the only thing that's keeping you trapped is fear. And, like, you know, physical barriers, like living in a society. But that doesn't mean you can't try. And trying is the most important part, right? But I feel like more than anything, you're being guided, and what this message is really about is about you spending enough time just with yourself so that you can kind of analyze the parts of you, analyze the inner wolves that are going to get you closer to the meaningful, fulfilling, peaceful life you want, and the wolves that are going to take you away from that, and making sure you chill with the ones that are helping you towards the more peaceful life. Which actually, if I'm being honest, you could choose the other wolves. Like, it's free will, it's your life, like, do what you want. But I think if you want more peace in your life, if you want more confidence in the direction you're going, and want more like self-esteem and courage to express who you are and take up room in the world, like, I really feel like you gotta choose the former wolves. So I want to see why this message is coming to you now. Spirit, why is this message coming to pile 3? We have the Page of Pentacles. Okay, can you clarify this? Okay, I love this because I literally had the Chariot in my mind when I was saying, like, you're kind of going in different directions. And this is such an excellent example of that, because the Chariot typically has 2 titty sphinxes. You're like, yes, titty sphinxes in the Rider-Waite. Google the Rider-Waite Chariot card and you will see 2 titty sphinxes. But in this, and they're going together in the same direction, right? But in this one, you know, they got 2 horses going 2 different ways. And the Page of Pentacles, first of all, the Page is like the youngest card in the deck, and the Page is about like planning, studying, setting new beginnings, something being in its infancy. And so I really feel like this message is coming to you because whatever you're working towards and whatever you're focused on is a very worthwhile cause. But the lack of understanding of what's going on in your inner world currently is what is halting progress and creating frustration and setbacks. Instead of looking outside of you for answers, it's time to start going within. And there's so many ways to go within, you know, meditation, journaling, doing stuff like this, cards, anything that really gets you to sit with yourself. You don't, like going for a walk, you don't even need to be like super focused on it, but when you're just observant, when you're doing things, you can just make a lot of insights about yourself. And I feel like the reason why this message is coming is because you will make a lot more progress a lot more quickly if you have a set of goals, values, convictions, beliefs, boundaries that represent who you are and represent your heart. And I feel like heart is very important here because the heart discerns things that the mind can't. And I think for you, it's very important that you honor those like soul deep parts of yourself, because when you don't honor those soul deep parts of yourself, that's when you start to get like really caught up in like comparison or uncertainty or frustration around feeling not good enough and stuff like that. So I feel like this is a lot about you recognizing that you are 100% headed towards victory, but you need to understand that victory is not this destination that you're reaching in a certain point. Victory for you should look like finishing your day, recognizing that you honored yourself, you honored your intentions. Victory for you should look like choosing the version of you you want to be, not the version of you you know doesn't make you happy. Choosing making the choices that you know are bringing you closer to the visions of yourself that you have, of being peaceful, of being fulfilled, of being here. I feel like there's a lot about you just recognizing that you are here. Stop trying to look for yourself everywhere else. So, Spirit, how can pile 3 apply this advice? How can pile 3 use this energy, use this guidance, use this message to their advantage in the future? How can they look within? Okay, we have the 3 of Pentacles. And we have the Queen of Wands. Let's do one more. We have the Emperor. Okay, that's really interesting. There's definitely similar cards in different readings, so I'll definitely be intrigued to know if you guys pick more than one pile. So how you can apply what I'm talking about. There's a lot here to do with self-esteem and confidence. The Queen of Wands and the 3 of Pentacles kind of highlight it, but the Queen of, did I say the 3 of Wands? The Queen of Wands especially. I'm trying to think of like an example of like a Queen of Wands type person. There's tons. There's so many of them. It's just because I'm like so bad at thinking of things on the spot. The Queen of Wands is confident. The Queen of Wands lights up the room. The Queen of Wands she's bold. She's charismatic. She's not afraid to be silly. She's passionate. She expresses herself. She is not afraid to take up space. She's not afraid to be seen. She is not afraid to also state her opinion, no matter. She's not afraid to exist. She is the opposite of the meek, seen but not heard, quiet stereotype. She's so much more than that, but I'm bad at thinking on the spot. This Queen of Wands, though, I really feel like is for you to embrace self-care, especially from a body perspective, where you make sure you're wearing things that make you feel good. You make sure that you're adorning yourself in ways that make you feel cherished. I feel like if you're someone who usually, like, you can dress for comfort and still feel good or look nice if you want to, you know what I mean? But if you feel really good and really confident in comfy clothes, and you've been walking around every day in like nice dress stuff, and you don't have to, like, maybe that, for example, could be something that could help you with your confidence, to recognize that you don't need to be dressed like to the nines all the time, and people will still, and you'll be fine, like the world won't explode. Guidance in terms of like how you are meant to take this energy, I think one with the Three of Pentacles is to just continue working and continue like slowly but surely assessing like these parts of yourself, assessing what needs to be healed, assessing like, just continue doing the work you've already been doing, right? But with this Three of Pentacles as well, there's a big message about like who you associate with, who is entering like your conscious awareness, especially when it comes to media, friendships, co-workers, anything like that. Because you know the phrase, birds of a feather flock together. I feel like you're really being called to look at like who you surround yourself with and ask yourself if those are the types of people that you see like being there when you accomplish your goals. Like, are these people, and that's not to say that like if they're not, you should get rid of them and never talk to them again, but I feel like you're being called to look for people and look for making connections with people that have qualities you admire. And if not, making like friendship connections, finding those types of people and maybe like online and, you know, following them or checking them out from time to time, like seeing like what guidance they may have. And I know that's very contradictory to what I said earlier about you comparing yourself negatively. It's actually not contradictory though. Instead, when you see that stuff, instead of you saying, oh, well, they're better than me because I don't do that or whatever, instead saying, maybe I should try that and see how it influences me. It may not work, but maybe I'll learn something about myself in the process. Maybe I'll find a way to make it work for me. I feel like there is this energy of learning to make it work and to look at the people that inspire you, look at the people that you see yourself in or see an unrealized version of yourself in. You're not meant to become them, but there clearly is some sort of element of theirs that you're meant to also embody, but give it your own spin. I feel like with the Emperor being here, this is a lot about you learning to take control of your own life and recognize that nobody's going to take control of it for you. Recognize that not only do you deserve to take up space, but there are so many people that will benefit from you sharing your light more with the world, you sharing more of yourself. I feel like as well, don't be afraid to find ways to collaborate or ask for help. Or like, for example, you know, if you do like Reiki, finding someone who can do exchanges with you, like that was a really specific example, but like I feel like you can learn from people in ways that you wouldn't expect. And I feel like what Spirit is really saying here is that you're being encouraged to find or connect more with people that inspire you, or people that live in a way that you want to live. And like, for example, one way that could be is like, you know, maybe you want more spiritual, like maybe you want to have more like spiritual friends, or have more like, make more time for spirituality in your life. Maybe going to like sound baths, or you know, if you're a religious person, like going to a church more, like if you usually worship at home, or a synagogue or a mosque or whatever it may be, like finding places, community places where you are interested in occupying and existing in them, and learning and networking in that, like in those places. It may take time, it may not happen immediately, but making connections and finding people, finding mentors, anything like that could be useful. I feel like there's just a real need for you to become more sure of yourself, so that when you are exploring in the world, you can know what is going to be helpful for you and what isn't. You can recognize what beliefs or what societal constructs are not beneficial for you to take on as your truth. Like, stuff like that is going to be so helpful for you. And I think that there is really one of the biggest like pieces of advice here from your guides is just to have more confidence and conviction in the fact that not everyone has to agree with you, and you don't have to be everyone's cup of tea. You just need to be your own. And I think part of the reason why you might be feeling incomplete, even if your life is like going pretty well right now, is because it doesn't really feel like your life, because you're not allowing yourself to like authentically be it all the time. I feel like, which of course there's always like nuanced situations where you may not want to be your authentic self, but that's different. What I'm talking about is a general feeling of operating and existing in a way that feels very good to you, that feels very authentic to you, that doesn't feel forced, that doesn't cause harm to yourself or others, of course. Like that version of yourself, that is the version of yourself that you deserve to have conviction in and feel good about being. And I feel like one thing you need to recognize as well is that you will like attract the right types of people when you are in that authenticity. And you won't have to worry whether they truly like you or not, or whether they're truly in your life for the right reasons, because they were drawn and attracted to the authentic version of yourself, not a fabricated version that you made up in order to like fit into society or make yourself more likable. So I'm gonna go ahead now and get some guidance from your guardian angels. I'm like slightly worried to look at the guidance, because I'm like, what if it's just completely different from everything that I was saying? I don't know if this reading's gonna be right, but it's okay. Me telling you to have more confidence and convictions in what you're saying, and I'm like, I don't know if this is right. Anyway, pile three's guardian angels. What guidance do you have for pile 3? What would you like to say to pile 3? Manifestation. Believe in yourself. Trust your instincts and follow your heart, for in doing so you shall manifest all your heart desires. The life that you have so long aspired to create will soon manifest. Okay, that makes me feel better. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this card came out in a different pile too. We have courage. Dare to be different, to make mistakes. Create, for it is in creation that you exist. In this world of dreams that stem from the eternal heart, you are one with all creation. All is possible. Go forth and be your true self, for it is only being true to you that you can be true to others. Yeah, okay. That's okay, cool. Okay, I feel a lot better now. Your last card that fell out is peace. Calm your thoughts and move your awareness to a peaceful space inside your heart. Feel the ebb and flow of love, the eternal movement of the stars. Your life is forever unfolding to greater spheres of love. Relax and do not worry about anything, for all is well. You will soon enter a time of well-earned peace and tranquility. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. That makes me feel like I hopefully was on the money somewhere. But with that being said, I now want to look at some animals, angel numbers, chakras, scents, and crystals. Well, I said that plurally, but there's one of each that could be relevant for you or helpful for you at this time. So to start, we have green calcite. Green calcite is the emo, honest to a fault, believes in storybook endings tree hugger of the calcite family. Anyone who needs it, anyone who finds themselves lost in the forest of doubt without a map, Libras. Where to put it? Against your chest when making important decisions regarding how you want to spend the finite precious time you have on earth. Which, okay, I feel like that's what we were talking about. When to use it. When your heart is asking for something, but you aren't listening. The heart wants what it wants. The mind wants what it thinks the heart should want. Call on the energy of green calcite to nudge that push and pull in the heart's favor. Live out your heart's desires. Okay, see? I told you, listen to your heart. Thank you, card, for wording that much better than I could. And we have the heart chakra again. And with this, we have Siberian fir. The theme is acceptance. The trigger statement is we must remember. The true statement is I am free of the habits that do not serve me. Lay down the armor passed down to you from your family. Release habits that are not serving you and forgive on behalf of generations past. Yeah, that could be a big thing that I didn't even think about. Like, a lot of what you're doing could be because, like, that's how you were raised to do things, or that's how you were taught to do things, and maybe that doesn't work for you, and there could be a hard time in accepting that you're different. We also, we have the number 8, which you did have the 8 of Pentacles, and strength is also number 8. Your talent for setting and reaching goals is like no other. You are self-sufficient and capable of achieving your ambitions. 8 representing the ebb and the flow, the infinite loop of creation. I am successful. And yeah, that's the thing as well, is you don't even recognize how far you've already come. And I think that alone is something that you should be recognizing. And I also think you should just recognize the fact that, like, the negative wolves within you, like, they're spinning lies, dude. Like, they're trying to convince you that you're doing poorly, or that things are just falling to pieces, and it's just not true. And finally we have just trust. And who is that guy? Is he like he's definitely the same animal as the Underminer from The Incredibles. It's not an armadillo. Is it a mole? Is it I don't know, maybe a mole? I don't know. But I feel like this is such a perfect example. Like, this is Page of Pentacles right here. This plant that is just starting to sprout and seed. Like, continue to trust in this, in yourself, in your growth, and where your path is headed. Because I feel like, here's the thing, even if you do go down a path that is not in alignment with your heart, that is more in alignment with your mind or whatever, at the end of the day, like, once you recognize it, you're likely going to come back. So just trust that even if you make mistakes or things are messy for a while, you'll figure it out and come back to you. So finally, let's go ahead and finish off by looking at what your message is. And we have the 7th ray of ritual, order, and there's a titty there. Oh shit, there's a titty. Order and ceremony. I gotta find something to censor that. That's annoying. What's truly annoying is that, I don't have an issue with titties. YouTube does. I need like a crystal. I have 5 zillion crystals. Why can I not see one in my general vicinity? All right, we're gonna use this one. It's always the surprise nudity that'll get you. Anyway. Oh, now I gotta move this over. Okay. And at 44, what's 4 plus 4? 8. When the gift of the 7th ray enters your life, something new is being formed, something that will benefit the world. There may be an increased interest in magic, ceremony, and ritual for healing purposes. Resonating with the high-frequency violet light and the Archangel Zadkiel, the 7th ray also helps transmute energy from lower to higher frequency. It is a spiritual cleansing agent that allows the truth of spiritual freedom, empowerment, and choice to be seen and felt, restoring hope and joy to the heart. The 7th ray is very active upon the earth at this time. All of humanity is being affected by it. The seventh ray is the push and pull between the old and the new, the life that has been and can no longer continue in that form, and the new life that wants to evolve from the old. It honors traditions and ancestral wisdom that serve new life. When the seventh ray enters your life, you are asked to balance your attachment to what has been with an openness to the new. It is time to fearlessly question what has been, honor what continues to hold value for you, and diminish what no longer serves you. The seventh ray also creates a form from invisible and tangible spiritual energy. These are inspired solutions and synchronicities that seem to come out of nowhere. They are signs of divine order happening. The seventh ray brings alignment with that divine order, and the more you are willing to invoke and allow that energy to bless you, the more your life will align itself with the genius of creativity, solutions, and loving opportunities the universe wants to bring to your world. The gifts of ritual, order, and ceremony are ways to attract this energy. Conscious ceremony, done in service to unconditional divine love, feeds a need for sacred embodiment. It is the hunger within the soul that seek to feed through religion. It is the hunger within the soul that many seek to feed through religion, and others through the less conscious rituals of addiction. Ritual can be something that keeps you stuck or opens you to the sacred. Okay, this encapsulates everything that I was trying to say, just much more eloquently. Choosing a spiritual practice to engage on a regular basis, creating your own spiritual system, will help you call on the genius of the seventh ray energy into your life. Your spiritual practice might be a daily prayer followed by a short conscious dance or yoga session, a meditation, a walk in nature, or some combination of these. Find what works for you. Do that regularly. Make it a priority. You can invite spirit into your life through a simple and ordered system that you do on a regular basis, even if for only 5 or 10 minutes a day. Then the new life, the new you, the order that brings an expansive idea into life in the world can happen. The challenge with the seventh ray is to not become obsessed with the future, with the new, to the extent that you forget about the valuable aspects of what already is. It is about developing what has value, It is about developing what has value, not rejecting outright anything from the past. The past can teach us wisdom and help us create a more loving future if we allow ourselves to balance our passion for the future with a respect for what has been. The gift of the seventh ray is to live as an embodied divine presence. For humans who don't trust or even recognize the love of the divine in their hearts as yet, those who do are great supporters. The seventh ray empowers us to use loving ritual to invite divine presence to fill us in our lives. It also teaches us how to use consciousness to clean up our own energy field and the energy field of the world around us so the divine can show its face more clearly. The comfort of this can help free all beings from anguish and suffering. Beautiful. So we're going to do the invocation together. So all you have to do is repeat after me. I like to put my hand on my heart, but you can do whatever you want. I now accept, of my own free will, the blessing and grace of the seventh ray of ritual, order, and ceremony, and the assistance of, I can turn the page, the unconditionally loving masters on this ray, the violet flame of Saint Germain, and Archangel Zadkiel. I open to the magic of creativity, divine genius, and the ability to translate spiritual concepts into real-world experiences for the greatest good. May I discover and use my innate power for conscious and loving ritual and ceremony to enrich and invite spiritual presence into the world. May all beings feel safe and consciously held in a loving divine order according to the greatest plan of love. Through my own will, so be it. Through my own free will, so be it. Okay, so let me show you the invocation and the full thing if you want to look at it. Here's the top. Here's the bottom. Let me show you the top again. You want to screenshot that? So pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for working with me through this reading and for taking the time to let my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show appreciation for what I do. So thank you to everyone who does that. But if you would like to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my merch, you can check out my candles, and you can check out my social media. All that will be linked down below. But thank you. Oh, like, subscribe, comment. That stuff is really important. Thank you to everyone who does that. But with that being said, I'm gonna do pile 4's reading now. So thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. I love you guys so much, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the ruby or a quartz point and the love your inner goddess oracle, then this is going to be your reading on the message meant to find you. I do want to stress that you do not have to be a woman to watch this reading. Just because the deck is called Loving Your Inner Goddess doesn't mean that it's only for those who believe they have an inner goddess. We all have an inner goddess. You could call it your Kenergy. I don't care. Whatever you want to call it. But this is a great deck for self-esteem and self-love. And that is why I like it. But I'm going to go ahead and shuffle this deck, and we're going to pull a guidance card that I am going to read at the very end of the reading. So feel free to just set the intention and focus your energy on the cards while I shuffle, and just set the intention that the beings that love you unconditionally, or the energy of the universe, whatever you believe in, just set the intentions that they come through with necessary messages, come through with whatever you need to hear. Or you can just chill, do whatever you want. Let's get one more good shuffle. Okay, so Spirit, what guidance do you have for pile 4? What is most important for pile 4 to know at this time? Okay, so we will save this card for the end of the reading. But now I'm going to go ahead and get into your tarot. And this will be the portion where there is an energy check. So this portion has been interesting, but essentially if the card I pull and read for resonates with you, then this is your reading. I am holding the deck upside down. That's great. Then this reading is for you. And if it doesn't resonate, then it is not. These are a bit harder to shuffle. They're kind of big, but I'll try anyway. You can do the same thing with focusing your intentions. You can't really do word shuffle with these, but Spirit, who is this reading for? Who is this message meant to find? Ooh, we have the Ace of Wands. So fire signs immediately come to mind. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. You don't that doesn't have to be your sun, by the way. You could have those placements or those energies. You could just resonate with fire energy. This is for anyone who is about to experience, has just experienced, or is trying to experience a burst of creativity, a fresh new start. Aces are all about opportunities and new beginnings, and Wands, as you can tell, is the fire suit. So I feel like this is a renewed sense of passion that you're either currently feeling or would like to feel. If you have been feeling particularly like fatigued or run down and just feeling like life has lost its zest, this could be the reading for you. Or maybe you have found your zest. I feel like keyword or the key, oh my gosh, you picked your reading. How cool is that? I love that. This is for anyone who is in the middle of or is desiring a new beginning of some kind that is passionate, creative. There could be some, well, I guess this could be so many things. So if you are looking for passion or excitement in all areas of your life or a certain area of your life, or if you've just recently found it, then this reading is for you. I think that this is going to center around really anyone who falls into that description of either needing this Ace of Wands, like burst of energy, burst of creativity, burst of light, and those of you who are currently experiencing that. So if you fall under that umbrella, also like energy levels in general could be highlighted here. Like if you've noticed you're particularly lethargic or you're more energetic than usual, this could be the reading for you. I also think anyone who is just by nature a more creative person, or someone who feels an unusual amount, like if you, for example, are feeling like a lot more fire than you usually do, like more fired up about life, more fired up about things, or maybe you typically do feel that way and you don't feel that way right now, this message could be for you. So if you fall under any of those categories, welcome. You have found your spot. But Spirit, what do you want? What is the message that you have for my pile fours? What do my Ace of Wands people need to know? Okay, we have the Tower. Can you clarify that, please? We have the Queen of Pentacles. And we have the Magician. Okay, can you what is this Queen of Pentacles about? Five of Pentacles. Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on in your life, pile four. But if some bullshit hasn't happened, it very well may do so. I don't think that's a grammatically correct sentence, but that's okay. That's fine. I feel like what you need to know is either a message of something that is going to happen or a message about why something has happened. So as I was saying about like those of you that are either feeling very like lethargic and needing a burst of creativity, or just needing a burst for like life again, to feel excited about life, and those of you who are already feeling that way, I feel like those of you who are already feeling that way, it is either because of something that has like recently left your life, recently like crumbled, or there's a better way I could be explaining this. So let me get the core of like the message that I'm getting about these four cards here. The overall message that I'm getting is that there is some sort of, I'm hearing like divine intervention, divine shift, divine change that is happening or will be happening in your life. When I see the Tower, I automatically get nervous because I know it makes a lot of people nervous. The Tower card represents big changes, oftentimes changes out of your control, changes out of your maybe out of like circumstances that you didn't see coming, quite literally like a house of cards. The important thing to know about the Tower, though, is that after the Tower comes the Star, which is hope and healing. And the only towers that truly fall are ones that were built on unsturdy ground, or towers that couldn't withstand a storm. And I feel like there are things that you may be attached to currently that could be sucking the life out of you, or that will leave your life once you have this creative awakening or this burst of passion. Like, it's very interesting. We have the Ace of Wands, and then we have this match with the Tower card here. So this is kind of a tough message to give, in the sense that I don't know what's going on in your life, and I am just a pair of talking hands, like the Magician. And I feel like in your case, there may be some sort of really hard ending or really difficult change that happens that's either outside of your control, or that happens as a result of these new beginnings you are having or are going to have. And the reason why it would happen because of these new creative beginnings is because whatever is motivating you, energizing you, whatever is giving you life, quite literally, will be something that these people or this environment doesn't approve of. And it's going to cause a divine shakeup. Or it already has. For some of you, it already has. And I guess I want to make this clear. Like, core themes here, you will be getting a burst of motivation, a new lease on life, a new set of wheels, a new way, a brighter way, a lighter way, an easier way of living. But it's going to come at the cost of something you were attached to, or someone that you were attached to. And what I see is either this Tower moment will happen, which will then, as a result, give you the fire, put you into this Ace of Wands energy. And so this message is here to let you know what is going to be happening, or what is happening and why it's happening. And I don't want to like say this to scare you, because the Tower, like, because this is a general reading, this can mean so many different things. Like, this could be what I will summarize it as is, it could be a dramatic change, a dramatic shift, something ending, or endings happening because of the changes that you're making. And I feel like this really big call to say that whatever changes you make on your own that contribute to this are not your fault and are not something you should feel ashamed of. I feel like it has a lot more to do with the fact that it's a natural consequence of you embracing and embodying more of yourself, that the people and things that don't align with that, like, they're gonna fall away. But if things have fallen away and you feel depleted and broken and just like lost, this is a huge sign that what you have lost is being replaced in the form of creative energy, in the form of energy to live, in the form of passion and spark and life. Like, you're getting the light back, because it seems like whatever you lost is what was contributing to you feeling so in the dark in the first place. I feel like for a lot of you, like, one big example that I'm getting is like a breakup or a divorce, where, you know, you're with someone and they kind of just slowly suck the life out of you, or you conform to be what someone wants and you slowly lose yourself and you realize you don't recognize who you are. And then now, as a result of rediscovering yourself, your partner, for example, could be not into it and not okay with it. And that could lead to the collapse of the relationship. That is just an example of one thing that I am seeing here. But the core message of why anything is ending in your life is because you're not living the way you deserve to, the way you're meant to, the way that feels good for you. The fact that we have the Magician here, I feel like this fire that you will get or that you do have is meant to be channeled in avenues that allow you to, 1, get in touch with your own empowerment, 2, get in touch with what you actually want, 3, inspire and motivate you to take up more space and continue being more of yourself in the world, regardless of what the consequences are, or regardless of how people see you as a result. With the 5 of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles here, I really do feel like you've been left out in the cold. If you're like a mother or a parent, it's quite possible that maybe you've given up a lot of your time and life to helping others and raising them and doing things like that. And maybe for example, like another example I'm getting, you know, maybe you are a parent and the last child fled the nest. You're an empty nester now, and now you don't know what to do with yourself. And so that tower could be losing, you know, all that time and energy that you or gaining that time and energy back that you didn't have raising them. Now you don't know what to do with it, and now you feel a little bit like, this feels weird, this doesn't feel right. You feel a little left out in the cold because you've spent so much time in investing in this version of yourself that was raising others. But now Spirit's trying to get you to see that that's not a bad thing, because now you have all this time and energy to discover who you are now and how all those past versions of you come together and create this new version of you. And first of all, if you've gotten to the point where you've raised children and got them out of the house, like, congratulations, like that is incredible. But there's like so many different circumstances here that I'm seeing, and 2 of those are just examples, so they don't have to be yours. But the point of what I'm trying to say is that a perceived loss is actually a massive win. That's what this pile is about. And this massive win is going to come in the form of inspiration, new beginnings, creative opportunities, new connections, or reignited connections with people you know. And honestly, the sky's the limit in terms of what you can make happen. I feel like communication is a big thing here. You may be going to like therapy of some kind, and I feel like if you are doing that, you're being encouraged to be open. Like, if there are certain things that you hide or don't talk about with your therapist, I mean, obviously don't like do anything you're not comfortable with, but I feel like you are being encouraged to be more open, because like maybe there are certain things you don't talk about because you think they're not a big deal, but they could actually be really helpful in terms of like providing insight to your care providers. That's a really, I don't know what that message is about, but anyway, I also feel like this could be about you rejecting a role that society wants you to take on, that, or maybe you did take it on and you're realizing you can't do it anymore, or that it's not meant for you, or whatever it may be. What this message is about really is about recognizing that everything is going to be okay, and that sometimes, like, when changes happen, like, well, one of the hardest parts about change is not being able to see why it happens, especially when it's outside of our control. Maybe there isn't a why as to why it happened, but what you need to know is that whatever changes are happening or will happen, they're going to lead to so much more happiness, positivity, brightness. Like, you're getting the light back. Like, you know, when you see someone and you can just tell like they have had the life drained from them, you're getting that back. So whatever is leaving your life is a source of what has been draining the life from you. And with this 5 of Pentacles and this Queen of Pentacles here, I feel like you're really being called to recognize that just because it was draining the life out of you doesn't mean that it's not painful for it to end or for things to change. And that you deserve to be compassionate with yourself, kind to yourself, and quite literally mother and nourish yourself in whatever ways you need to, and to be patient with yourself as you handle these changes, because you can feel a lot of like feelings are complex and nuanced, and you shouldn't expect yourself to just feel one type of way about things. And even when things are going a lot better for you and you feel more confident and empowered, like that doesn't mean you still won't be sad about things that happened in your past. Like I feel like one thing you need to know is that it's okay to take the time that you need to like grieve or recover from whatever endings are happening. But the important thing to understand is that as these are changing through this grief process, you will be morphing into someone who is a lot lighter, because you'll be releasing a lot of pent up, stuck energy. And also, there's so much light in your future. And I feel like a lot of it stems from this recognition of the fact that you are a powerful creator in your own destiny, and you're a powerful creator being, period. You know, parenthood is motherhood is an excellent example of being a creator. Like you literally are creating a human inside you for like 9 months. It's insane. It's creation is not something we have to learn how to do. It's something we just it's inherent in our nature as humans. We are creative. And I feel like whatever situation life is handing you, you are going to spin it into gold. You know, wheat is a symbol of abundance. And I really do feel like if you're a creative person by nature, even like one good way to process and deal with the challenging emotions or realizations or just shit like that, when that comes up, channeling it into something creative or channeling it into your passions or like things like that could be something that is actually very empowering and may help you learn a lot. But more than anything, this message is a lot about either letting you know why something is happening or letting you know that this thing is going to happen and why. And I feel like if you're watching this reading, you kind of already know it's going to happen. And maybe it's like, when you know something is going to end, but you want to hold on to it as long as you can because, endings are hard and change is scary and you don't feel ready. And so sometimes, spirit will burn up our house of cards so that we can get a real house, so that we can get something far better. And it's like sometimes we have to release the scraps in order to get the feast. And I think what spirit is saying is your feast is something that is going to be co-created with the universe, and it's going to be co-created in a way where you get the things that you always wanted, that you said no to in the past because you chose other things or because you had other obligations, and now it's your time. Now it's your time to step up. Now it's your time to live on your terms, on your accord, on your own accord. So what I want to see is why this message is coming to you right now. So spirit, why is pile 4 getting this message? We have the 3 of Wands, because they want you to get excited about your future, and they want you to recognize that whatever endings you are experiencing, have experienced, or will experience in the near future that are particularly painful, the universe wants to remind you that there is still so much more to come. And it may feel like everything is over, everything is ruined, but really this is just the beginning of a new start for you. And I love that this 3 of Wands is represented by this candle and this journey of candles, because I feel like not only are you adding more light to yourself, but you're adding more light to the world too. I feel like there's not a whole lot I can say in terms of what the future holds, because it's different for all of you and it's also determined on your actions. But what spirit is really wanting you to know is that your future is brighter than you can imagine, and it's only going up from here. It may be chaotic, it may have a lot of twists and turns, but this initial ignition of spark, this initial spark of passion, of life, of creativity, of inspiration, it's going to lead to so many more, and it's going to lead you exactly where you need to go. And I feel like what you need to know is that you can be so many things at once, and you can no longer live a life where you are sequestered into being one thing for other people. or just one role that makes other people happy. Like, you're so much more than that. You can be so many things, and you can also fulfill those roles, but do it in a way that also honors like your own sovereignty and your own needs and your own desires. And I really do feel like with this Three of Wands, this is the reason Spirit is coming to tell you this, is because they're telling you not to fear the future. The future is bright, and it's bright because you're lighting it up and you're making it happen. And whatever dreams you're thinking about, whatever goals you have, whatever new opportunities you're seeing as a result of what's leaving, that's the direction, but it's so much bigger than that. And I feel the real call to say, like, whatever you're thinking about, like, it's so much bigger than what you think it is. And the biggest thing you need to know is that everything is going to be okay. And the version of you, like 2 years from now, completely different person. And completely different in so many ways. And not that the current version isn't great and wonderful, but the current version maybe just doesn't, the current version of you doesn't really recognize all that it deserves and all that, and probably doesn't recognize all you can be and all of the wonderful things you already are. And so I feel like you're embarking on a beautiful process of falling in love with yourself and learning to, and part of falling in love with yourself is just learning to live a life that is more loving and that you love. And in the order to do that, the things that take you away from love, that take you away from light and good things like that, that has to go, because it can't fit in the version of you you're meant to be. The version of you that you are meant to be is so vast and so full of wonderful things that there is no room, not even a smidge, for the things that don't fit in that light. You know what I mean? Probably not. I hope you do. I'm being negative. And maybe you've been struggling with being negative. Like maybe you're having a hard time not looking at things negatively, and maybe you feel like, you know, me saying that is just BS, or me just trying to like make you feel better, but it's not. Like, I mean, I do want to make you feel better. I don't like that you're feeling bad, but that's part of life, and none of us can avoid that. But what you need to understand is that this is so not the end of your story. This is so not the end. It's the end of life as you know it, maybe, but it's just the beginning of life as it could be. And life as it could be is really, really incredible. And part of what makes it, and most of what makes it so incredible, is your willingness to make it that way, and your perspective and your insight and your creativity, your visions for what the world could be. Like, you're so magical, and you don't even see that. Like, all humans are so magical. Like, it's like objectively so insane that we're animated material with like a finite amount of time that we can like do things here, and then we like just like cease to exist. Well, the body part of us does. Then we do it all again, maybe, if you believe in reincarnation, right? Like life is so insane, and I feel like we get really casual about it because we're all doing it, but what we don't see is the fact that like just the sheer fact that you're here is a miracle. The sheer fact that we're able to connect is a miracle. Like, they don't have phones. Like, the human life is so insane, like objectively insane, and our like tiny animal brains will never fully be able to like understand how insane and magical like the universe is. But the only way to start seeing it is to start working with it, and to recognize that you are the universe. Like, you are the love that you seek. You are creativity. You are inspiration. You are divine. And the more you recognize that, and the more you live that way, you like, love your inner goddess. Like, you are divine. Your inner god, goddess, it's in there. it just needs to be expressed. And people that try to suppress you, that try to hold you down, that try to dim your light, like, they can't fit in that picture, because they're like, they can't fit in that picture, period. But Spirit, how can pile 4 use this information that we are giving them to their benefit? How can pile 4 use this information to their benefit? We have the Chariot, which is interesting. What else? We have the 5 of Wands. And we have the 5 of Swords. The back of the deck is the 9 of Cups. Yeah, okay. So I literally just heard the phrase, be mad. I feel like there are things that you've held, okay. I love that I use this deck. It's so helpful. One piece of advice is that, first of all, it's okay to not know where you're going, and it's okay to kind of spin in circles for a little while. With the Chariot card being here, at some point you will have to move forward. It's okay to be upset. It's okay to, you know, cycle back. It's okay. That's all okay. But you will at some point need to move forward. And part of the discomfort with moving forward is recognizing that maybe not everyone will be able to be on that path with you. But that is also a part of life. And part of accepting that it's hard, but it's necessary. If you value connections with others that don't want you to be your authentic self, that don't support you being your authentic self, and you value those connections over you, that's a little unbalanced, and that's probably not going to end very well for you. But with the 5 of Wands and the 5 of Swords here, I feel like what Spirit is saying is that you are going to get people that don't understand this new version of you. You are going to get people that have an issue with how you choose to take up space. You are going to have people that disapprove of what you're doing. But guess what? Let them be mad. With this 9 of Cups being on the bottom of the deck here, this is a lot about you getting what you've wished for, what you've wanted. A lot of people who don't know how to do that for themselves will try to make it other people's responsibility to do it for them. Or if they can't do it for them, at least they can be miserable with them. You know what I mean? And with the 5 of Wands and the 5 of Swords, a lot of what's meant to change for you is a lot of the drama. Like, if there are people in your life that bring you drama, if there are situations in life that drain a lot of your energy, like, that is stuff that is meant to leave. You know, if you're around people that constantly want to pick fights with you, that make you feel attacked, that make you feel like you can't trust them, that make you feel like choosing yourself is a betrayal to them, that those are people that need to go. Like, if choosing you is a betrayal to them, and you're not like a parent who the them is like a child that depends on you for survival, like, you're not a bad person for choosing you. If you're a parent and it's your child, like, it depends on the circumstances, but like, yeah, then I understand putting your child before you. But if you're dealing with adult children that you didn't birth and raise, or dealing with adult children that you did birth and raise that are like self-sufficient, you know, if they're upset by the changes you're making, let them be upset. If they truly love you, they will find a way to accept it and will find a way to make things work. If they care more about their prejudices and care more about them, which is fine, they're allowed to do that, they can be mad outside of your own zone of happiness. I feel like what Spirit is really saying here is that it's okay to go back and forth. It's okay to be uncertain. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to not even know what you want. But what's not okay is to continue accepting other people's BS as something you should even consider when it comes to like the path of your life and what is meant for you. Because those people don't know what you want. And or worse, those people only have their interests in mind. There are a lot of people who don't want you to see you happy, who don't want you to be the fullest version of yourself, because then there's less of you for them to have. And I feel like what you need to understand is that part of the reason you may be feeling like you're losing everything is because when you put yourself in others and outside things and they go away, it's like you're literally gone. And that's why it's so important to not lose yourself in anything, because anything can be gone. You will be too at some point. And it's not worth wasting. I don't think anything is a waste of a life, because no matter what, the soul is always learning. But Spirit doesn't want you to waste another minute living a life you know isn't meant for you, living in your own kind of personal form of hell, because you don't want to rock the boat, you don't want to stir the pot, you don't want to upset people. Spoiler alert, you're going to upset people no matter what, because sometimes people just want to be mad. Like, they literally just want to be mad. And some people just aren't going to like you, and they're going to look for an excuse to find a reason why not to like you. Let that be their own bullshit. I feel like what Spirit is really saying here is to not make decisions based on what other people outside of those who are dependent on you think of your life. And if people genuinely have that much of a problem with it, they can kiss your ass. Like, I don't know what else to say there. But more than anything, Spirit is saying to accept the fact, learn to accept and surrender to the reality that not everyone can stay with you on your journey as you move forward in life. But those who do are the ones that are worthy of staying there. Those are the ones that are worthy of sharing that evolved version of you. And the ones that fall away doesn't mean they're bad people, doesn't mean that they're the worst ever, but it does mean that they're probably, you and them probably aren't on the same wavelength anymore, and that's okay. I feel like one thing you need to recognize is that sometimes when you, in order to get what you want, you have to in order to get what you need, you have to lose what you want. And sometimes what we want is for everyone to just get along, for everything to just work out, and for you to be able to be who you are and everyone accept it. Yeah, we want that. But you need to be who you are, and not wanting people to only respond to you in positive ways, that's a want. The need is more important, and recognition of that need over, oh, I don't want people to look at me differently. Well, the way they're looking at you now isn't representative of who you are. So, for some of you. So, give them the chance to see what you look like as a different person. How you are as this new version of yourself. If they're a real one, they'll embrace that change. They might be uncomfortable. They might have questions. They might need time to adjust. But give people the chance to see that things are different. Be the change and see how people respond to that. That will tell you so much. And I feel like you're keeping yourself kind of stuck in this prison of oh, well, if I change this way, how will people, I know we all care about what people think of us, but at some point you have to recognize that the pain of denying who you are and denying the opportunity to live a life authentic to you is not, that pain, I promise you, is greater than the pain of actually living your truth and people being mad about it. At least in, because people are going to be mad and not like you no matter what, at least in the version where you're your authentic self. At least you're not doing anything to deny yourself that opportunity. You know what I mean? I feel like more than anything, though, this advice is just a lot about recognizing, choose your battles. There may be times where you need to stand up for yourself. There may be times where you need to see that something isn't right. But I also think you need to stand up for yourself to yourself, because the part of you that just wants to placate others, that wants to keep the peace, that part of you is greatly suppressing the part of you that wants to take up space and make noise. And I think the part of you that wants to take up space and make noise, that part of you is really dying to be seen by you. And I feel like you will, when you accept those parts of yourself, you will feel so much fuller. And inspiration will come more naturally because you're not relying on only certain sources of information or certain aspects of self for inspiration, for energy, for motivation. The Magician is all about using all parts of self, the mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual, in order to create a life in alignment with that Magician's magic, which magic is love. It's the universal energy of spirit. And so I feel like what Spirit is saying is to learn to accept the people that can't stand to see you happy, because those are the ones that are not meant to be in your little fairy princess rainbow party. But if you are having a fairy princess rainbow party, I am free. Anyway, now I'm gonna get some channel messages from your guardian angels. Even if you don't believe in guardian angels, that's too bad, because that's who you're getting messages from. Just kidding. You can also consider these just from the universe. But Spirit, what guidance do you have for? Okay, we're gonna take courage. Dare to be different, to make mistakes. Create, for it is in creation that you exist. In this world of dreams that stem from the eternal heart, you are one with all creation. All is possible. Go forth and be true to yourself, for it is only through being true to you that you can be true to others. This came out in the last pile. It's kind of interesting because there have been like some similar messages in all the piles, even though the readings have been different. But yeah, this is a lot about being courageous enough to take up space and be yourself. Okay, we got 3 more coming out. We have okay, I like being right. A wave of inspiration and a stream of beautiful ideas are about to enter your aura. It is important you trust your intuition at this time. Pay attention to unusual thoughts that come to your mind and do not discount your imagination. Many wonderful ideas which have served humanity were initially scoffed at or ridiculed. We, your guardian angels, will help you discover ways to apply your ideas and manifest new realities for your life. We have self-criticism. We, your angels, please ask you to be more compassionate towards yourself. Observe the times when you have critical thoughts about you and make an effort to replace these negative thoughts with positive, loving ones. Sorry, I was burping. Which is all, when I burp, it's releasing negativity. So it seems like you're doing that. Or I just burped. Whatever you believe. You are a wondrous being of light, even if at times you think you are less than perfect. Remember that God and divine perfection exists in all things, including you. And oneness. Someone you dearly miss is forever present in your heart. Remember, dearest one, even though there has been a physical parting, spiritually those we love never leave us. Creation is eternal. Nothing is ever truly missing, for it is all interconnected and ultimately one. So yeah, so maybe for some of you, this tower moment has to do with losing a loved one that was really special to you, maybe potentially like a mother or something like that. And so part of what you're doing now is making those changes, and there might be a lot of like upset around that. Maybe there are expectations for you that you're not following. But here's the thing with oneness as well, even if like no one has passed away, like, you know, we can also grieve just like the loss of a physical presence of a person. And so that's why it's important to remember that, like, even though they may not be physically in your present doesn't mean that they're truly gone, because like they're always in your heart, you know. But we're gonna go ahead now and look at just some more guidance cards with like an angel number, a crystal, an animal, and a chakra that could be useful for you moving forward. So we have carnelian. Oh, I love carnelian. A cherry red chalcedony used by ancient Romans in signet rings was wax doesn't stick to it, and by modern folk to ward off insecurities. Ooh, you need that. That was mean. I didn't mean to say it that way. we all need some carnelian, let's be real. Carnelian's fiery energy helps us spin out of fearful thought cycles and into action, which is all about the Ace of Wands. Who needs it? The understimulated, anybody looking to get acquainted with their fears. Hello, fear. My name is whatever your name is. We have some beautiful work to do together. Now, STFU, and let's do this. Where to put it? Wherever you want to inject some passion and confidence, i.e. your palate or your pelvis. When to use it? When you find your creativity or sex drive on sleep mode. Go with your gut. So we have the number 29. So your number is 29, and it says, you're highly intuitive and creative. Your mind thinks in pictures, and you seem to draw information and ideas from out of the sky. A powerful drive to know the oneness of all things. I am insightful. Yeah, and I feel like part of your, and that Ace of Wands, like, it's a one. Like, I feel like part of your drive to be one with everything, again, or in general, does come at the cost of losing the thing, like losing or reducing the amount of time you're in contact with people who are determined to remain separate to all things, people who are determined to have their viewpoint of the world be the truth. You know what I mean? We have service, and I feel like this is so beautiful, and I feel like whatever you're moving towards is a life of service. And the fact that we have a dog here, like, you being loyal to what you love and being loyal in service to love, I feel like is something very powerful, and I feel like that's what you're being called towards. And if this Tower moment is leading you towards a life of more service, then that's all the more reason as to why you should be following those things that you feel called towards. But finally, we have the heart chakra with hope, and that's exactly what I said about the Tower. What happens after the Tower comes the Star, and the Star is all about hope and healing. The trigger statement is, I will not forget, and the true statement is, I open my heart. Release the suffering and take another step forward, sweet one. With each step you will see more light and more healing. And that literally goes so well with this Three of Wands. It's about taking those individual steps and getting there. And each one will lead to more light and more healing. That is so beautiful. So we're going to go ahead and finish off now with your guidance card from the beginning of the reading. And this is why I shuffled these little fuckers on camera. That, you can't make this stuff up. You are the light. Like, when darkness surrounds you, you are the light. And I feel like that is part of what's happening, is Spirit is getting you out of the darkness and helping you recognize that you are the light, because they are tired of it being drained from your eyes. Okay, where's the book? Oh, it's over here. Let's see what it says. Okay, 17. You are going through spiritual initiation. This is happening because you are ready for it, even if it doesn't always feel that way. The way to pass this test is to rely on the light within you. Don't let fear or doubt make you disrupt the path ahead. Don't give in to despair or believe that things will not work out. You are learning to trust that the universe knows what it is doing. There are great and beautiful things meant for you, and no matter what appears to be right now, they will come to you in the perfect way and at the perfect time. Keep your faith in the light. All is well. Light is powerful. Some people don't understand this. The fear in their hearts makes them cynical. That fear stops them from seeing what is true. In the absence of truth, they hold on to their judgments instead. They scoff at what they don't understand. Be careful of allowing such people to influence you. It is not wise to take advice from people who are invested in creating pain. You can have compassion for them, but you must not underestimate how their negativity can taint your trust in the universe. When we feel the light within us, we trust it. We are able to move beyond fear and negativity that exists in the world. You have it within you to be that light. The only thing that can trap you is this choice to believe in the negative and to give in to fear. That's not you, so don't choose that for yourself. Don't listen to people who would cause you to question the light. The light within you is the real you. Be at peace, beautiful one, for the positive power of the light is stronger than any darkness. Oh my God, this is the stuff that just always makes me be like, Spirit is crazy, because like, you have no idea how many things had to come together. Like, of all the tarot decks I had to choose, I intuitively felt drawn towards this one, so I did that one. I had to pick these decks. There's so much that happens that we don't realize, like, in order to just make those things happen. Like, wild. And also just makes me feel better, because I also struggle with doubt and judgment and fear towards myself, and I'm like, oh, I don't know what I'm saying is right, and I know what it's like to be judged by a bunch of people, you know. But that's what happens. Everybody gonna judge us. We just have to recognize that they're only true. Those judgments are only true if we agree with them. Be at peace, beautiful one, for the positive power of the light in you is stronger than any darkness. So, we're gonna do the little sacred ritual. Focus gently on a visible source of natural light. almost like a beautiful candle that you can use code ASO10 to get 10% off from. This could be a candle or a campfire, the moon or the sky reflecting on the water, the sun shining down from the heavens, or you could even close your eyes as you see, feel, imagine, or pretend that there is an internal light flickering inside of you. Relax as you repeat this soothing and empowering affirmation to yourself, aloud or silently in your mind for as long as feels good for you. I choose to trust the light. I am safe and held in the light. I am the light. I choose to trust the light. I am safe and held in the light. I am the light. I choose to trust in the light. I am safe and held in the light. I am the light. You are the light, pile 4. And do not forget that. When you're feeling in doubt, remember, get your Ace of Wands ass out and you say, I choose to trust the light. I am safe and held in the light. I am the light. You are. So pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I really hope that this reading resonated, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, because that's one of the simplest and easiest ways to show appreciation and support for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. Feel free to comment down below, let me know how it resonates, or subscribe if you haven't already. Shout out to my notification squad. If you want me to see your comment, I usually see comments when I first upload. But who knows, I could see it whenever. If you would like to check out my candles, those are down there. Code ASO10 for 10% off. You can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. You can check out my other videos. But that's really all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for letting me read for you, and for letting me watch. I'm getting all mixed up, but I really hope that this reading resonated and this message was what you needed to hear. So yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. I love you guys so much, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.